Morena tātou. Welcome everyone to our council briefing of the 22nd of July 2026. And I'll ask Deputy Mayor Jukes to open our meeting with a karakia.
Thank you. Tu taua mai e runga, tu taua mai e raro, tu taua mai e roto, tu taua mai e waho. Kia tu ai, te moritu, te muri ora, ki te katoa, homi e, hui e, tai ki e.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So welcome councillors, staff, the Ofsovskis, members of the public, either present or in line, and those watching at a later date. Council briefings are recorded. Public galleries attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast. And in case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park on Boone Street, and bathroom facilities are opposite the council foyer entrance. We have no apologies this morning. We've got Councillor Boynton online and also the chair of the Whakatane Hopi Community Board, Linda Bonds, online. Welcome, Linda. And I know that Rosemary Sloman from the Whakatane Hopi Community Board is in the gallery as well. Welcome. So do we have any acknowledgements before we get into reports and things? We have none. So we'll go to our, the first on the agenda is the electoral voting system, STV versus FPP. Welcome, Dale and Judith. It's great to have you back as, in Whakatane, and yeah, we're in your hands. Welcome.
Morena tātou. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, members online and in the public gallery. We do have Gail and Judith Ofsovski here with us today, taking the opportunity to take you through systems, the voting system, so the difference between your first past the post and single transferable votes. It's important that we provide you with this information as a decision is required on the system that we want to implement for the next triennium by 13 September this year, and a decision paper will come to council sometime in August. So Dale is, and many of you know Dale, some of you will have heard of Dale. He's our electoral officer and has stepped us all through the recent local elections, which was a great project and opportunity for us to navigate through together. So welcome Judith and Dale, and I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Charisse, and kia ora tātou. Trust everyone is well following last year's elections and moving on with lots and lots and lots of work for councils. So today is a shared presentation taken mostly by one of our STV or electoral system experts, Judith, who happens to be my wife. You may know our other electoral expert is Ben. He's presented here before. Ben had a baby, or they had a baby on Monday, so he's on paternal leave, so he couldn't be here today. If we could go through our presentation and then just hold questions, and then we'll have all the questions at the end, because the question that you may have may well be answered in the next slide. So on to the next slide. So why we're here is what we're going to cover. The decision... Sorry, you doing that?
Do I have to turn it on?
There you go. There we go. Okay. Why we're here, the decision pathway and deadlines, a description of both FPP and STV, some examples of real STV. That's when it actually may just gel about how it works. And we look at a single vacancy, for example, a mayoral vacancy and a multi-vacancy example. Impact on the results, other considerations we need to look at, and then finally we've been asked just to talk very briefly on voting methods. That's postal, booth, etc., that sort of thing, just in case council wants to reconsider that. So council has the decision to make ahead of the 2028 local government elections. Everything that we say, of course, as you're aware, is subject to simplifying local government process. So we have to do this. Current legislation requires us to do that. There's no counter legislation that can say that we don't need to do that. We can park it. Advice from the Department of Internal Affairs is we just simply must carry on under current legislation, even though it's frustrating. It may all be for nothing. So we have to do this. So basically, coming back online then, so council can keep first past the post, council can change to single transferable voting STV, or the third option is council can simply hold a poll. And both keeping first past the post or changing to STV allows, we have to do a public notice, so it allows 5% of electors to demand a poll on that decision, and they can overturn that decision, and a poll is held, which we'll carry on, talk about shortly. So the pathway is if council resolves to keep FPP or change to STV, that is required by the 12th of September under legislation. Then we are required to do a public notice, and that's by the 19th of September. So we do have that time there. Electors may demand a poll by, I apologise for this, that's an error. It's not the 19th of September, it's the 11th of December. So you have the decision on the 12th of September, the public notice on the 19th of September, and then from that public notice, the electors can demand a poll by the 11th of December. If a poll is demanded, then a poll must be held by the 28th of March next year. So this is all still subject to, of course, simplifying local government. If council resolves to hold a poll, and they can do that themselves by the 11th of December, then the same provisos, a poll must be held by the 28th of March next year. And if a poll is held, then of course that result determines the electoral system. Under legislation, that's for 2 triennial elections. So, over to Judith now.
Firstly, I apologise that I'm the one that's here. But Ben is the one that's prepared the presentation, and that's why it's excellent. So I'll do my best. So let's just talk about the 2 electoral systems, and we'll start with FPP, which we're all familiar with, and it's easy. You tick the number of people where you've got the number of vacancies. So if it's for the mayor, you tick one of your candidates, and if there's, in this example, if there's 3 people to be elected, you can tick up to 3, and then the candidates with the most votes are the ones that are elected. And this is what the results look like, and in this instance, Carter, Lomu and Shelford have been elected. Okay, so as I said, FPP, or first past the post, is familiar to most people and easy to understand. And in single vacancy elections, the winner does not need to get a majority. They just need to get the most votes. And in this example here, Lomo gets 40% of the votes. So that's FPP, and now STV is single transferable voting, so one vote that gets, and you can put your preferences in. So it's a form of preferential voting. It's easy for the elector to vote. They just put 1 against their favourite candidate, 2 against their next favourite, and they can rank as many candidates as they choose. It's the counting part that is more complicated. It's harder to understand if people are interested in knowing how that works. The results are generally proportional, and it's considered to encourage minority representation, and I'll explain why later. And it's also considered best used for at-large elections or large wards with a large number of vacancies. So there are some councils that have at-large wards or a combination of an at-large ward and smaller wards. Seems to work best when in those situations. So here's just a picture of the councils in New Zealand, councils and regions that use STV. So in 2025, 15 councils used STV, which was 22%, which means 66 councils used FPP. 51 used FPP, which is 78%. So next slide. So under STV, electors rank the candidates in the order of their preference, and in this example, there are 3 vacancies, and on this particular paper, someone has ranked every candidate, but they can rank just one if they choose, or as many as they would like. So for STV, a candidate needs to get a certain number of votes or a quota to be elected, and that quota is made up of the total number of countable votes divided by the number of vacancies plus 1. So if it's the mayor with 1 vacancy, it's divided by 2 plus this fraction. Next slide. So then the first preferences, all the ones, are counted first, and any candidate that reaches the quota in that first, what we call iteration, is elected. And if a candidate is elected and there's still more vacancies to be filled, then the surplus votes for that candidate are redistributed or transferred to the next preferences of those electors. And if no candidate reaches the quota, then the lowest candidate is excluded, and those votes are transferred to the next preference of those electors. So in STV, a blank vote is a vote that has no preferences. An informal vote is a vote that doesn't have a 1, so must have a 1, or has multiple 1s. I know that some people wonder about if someone goes 1, 2, 3, 3, that's still 1, 2 are still valid. So that doesn't become informal. It just means that's as far as it can be used. But if there's 2 1s, that makes it informal. So the valid votes are the total number of votes minus blanks and informals. And countable votes are valid votes minus the non-transferable votes. And the non-transferable vote is if somebody has, let's say you've got 20 candidates, someone has decided to just rank 1 or maybe rank 3, and there's a lot of iterations that are required to fill the vacancies, then that paper that person has only ranked 1 or 2 or 3 can only be used for that number of preferences, and after that it's non-transferable. And so because of that, because you've got a lot of iterations when you're counting STV, the quota drops down, because once you've used the preferences on a paper and it can't be used, it's recalculating the quota for every iteration, and that quota goes down. So transferring votes it says can be complicated, is complicated. That's why it's all done electronically. There are 2 ways that votes can be transferred. If a candidate is excluded, all the votes for that excluded candidate are transferred to the next candidate ranked on each voting document. And if an elected candidate has more votes than the quota and there are still vacancies to be filled, then all the votes are reduced in value for that candidate, and a percentage or a fraction of that vote is transferred to the next candidate on each voting document. So we've got a little visual to show you. Oops, I missed a slide. So if there are, in this instance, say 20,104 votes cast for one position, so a single position, so the mayoral position, for instance, the quota is 20,104 divided by 2, so the one vacancy plus 1, and that's 10,052, and then that fraction. Therefore, one candidate has 10,052 first preferences, they are elected. So they need to, that's the quota that they need to reach. And if they get that in that first iteration of first preferences, then they're elected. Okay. And if no candidates reach the quota based on those first preferences or that first iteration, then the lowest polling candidate is excluded and the votes for that candidate are transferred to the next preference on those voting documents, and that carries on until the position is filled. So here's our little example. So for a single vacancy, and in this case you've got maybe a couple of candidates after the first iteration that are ahead, so to speak, but nobody's reached the quota. So then McCaw will be excluded. If we go to the next slide, there's McCaw is excluded, and those votes are transferred to the next preference. And so then still nobody has reached the quota, and so that process carries on and carries on and carries on until at last somebody has reached the quota and elected. Okay, so then for a multi-vacancy STV election, let's say there are 3,038 votes cast for 4 positions, then the quota is made up of the total number of countable votes divided by the number of vacancies plus 1 plus that fraction. So 3,038 divided by 5, which makes 607.6 plus the fraction. And so therefore any candidate who receives 608 first preferences will be elected in that first iteration. And if there are still vacancies to be filled, surplus votes, so if somebody's exceeded the quota, then those votes are reduced in value, and the surplus votes, or part votes, are transferred to the next candidate ranked on the voting documents. And then if there's no surplus votes to transfer and there's still vacancies, or the surplus votes have been transferred and there's still vacancies to be filled, then that same process goes on, exclude a candidate, the lowest candidate, and transfer those votes to their next preference on those voting documents until all the vacancies are filled. So little quick show through how that will work. So if we go back just one, so there you see when wanting 4 candidates, 4 vacancies filled, we've got 2 candidates who've exceeded the quota, those votes are reduced and transferred. We've still only got 2, and so it carries on, excluding the lowest candidate, transferring those, excluding the lowest candidate, transferring those until all the vacancies are filled. Does that make sense? You can ask me questions later. Okay, so if we carry on to the... Okay, so STV elections with lots of candidates and vacancies can involve a large number of iterations. Last year, Palmerston North, the Te Harawanui General Ward, took 80 iterations because they had 37 candidates and 13 vacancies. And Hamilton City's East General Ward, 25 iterations because they had 27 candidates for 6 vacancies. So sometimes STV can be difficult to understand where the votes have been transferred to. With FPP, a person could say, those 3 were elected, I voted for them. You can see there's my votes. But with STV, it's not easy for a person to be able to tell where parts of their votes have gone to. Which also makes it difficult for progress results, because a progress result is less likely to reflect the final results, because a small number of votes can make such a difference. That it's very, very likely to be a change between a progress result and a final result. So what happens if a candidate stands for multiple positions? For example, they stand for the mayor and council and get elected to both. If they're elected to the mayoral position, then under FPP, they're withdrawn from the other position, because they always take the higher position. And the votes that that person received for that council position can't be transferred, they're just not shown anywhere. Under STV, you always count the mayoral election first, and if there's a candidate that stood for council as well and they've been elected to mayor, then they are withdrawn from the council election before their votes are calculated. And that means that whatever was the first preferences, the second preferences then become the first preferences. Yes. Cool. So people often ask, well, what happens if it's a tie? We know what happens if it's a tie under FPP. We've had it here before. And we have to do these days, we have to do a judicial recount. And if it's still a tie, then we take a name out of a hat to find the successful candidate. Under STV, because of that, adding that extra vacancy when you're working out the quota and that extra fraction, there's less chance of there being a tie. But if there is a tie, then the calculator goes back through the iterations to see which candidate was ahead first. And then if they have tied on every iteration, then there's also a pseudo-random choosing. Each candidate within the calculator is given a secret number to start with, so that if there is that chance that it's a tie all the way through, then that number is the one that wins. So, yeah. So the questions also often asked, is the turnout affected by the electoral system? There was no pattern last year. You can see there for the country, FPP, the median was 47.6 and STV was 46.9, so not a lot of difference. And the question is also, well, can the turnout be affected? Can it be lower? Well, there's lots of different factors that will make a turnout lower. If there's no mayoral race, like some councils will have a mayor, there's only one candidate, and so they're already elected, and so you'll find in those instances that the return is quite low. But if there's an exciting mayoral race, that usually increases the turnout. Changing the electoral systems, if a council has used one electoral system for a long time and changes, sometimes people are confused. That's why education is really important if there's a change, and that can affect the return. Most of the councils in the country have 2 electoral systems on one voting document. Obviously that can be confusing for electors as well. Especially if the council is FPP and the region is STV, they'll often go through and carry on ticking, or it's just too difficult for them, and so that can make the return lower. Obviously, if there's issues in the community, and maybe council's doing a poll on that, and it's got a lot of interest, that's going to increase the interest in the election and give a higher return as well. So I don't think that the electoral system in itself is a cause for a lower return. So this is quite a common question. Is the informal rate affected by the electoral system? Well, yes, the statistics suggest that STV elections have a higher informal rate. Firstly, because of what I said before, if they've got two electoral systems and they carry on ticking. If a person in an STV election puts one tick, ticks one candidate instead of ranking them, then that's counted as a 1. But obviously if they've put more than one tick, there's no way of knowing which is their first preference, which is their second preference, and that makes it informal. Yes, and so there is a higher rate of informal votes for STV for those reasons. And that's why education is so important.
Thanks, Judith. So just to reiterate, Council resolves to keep FPP or change to STV by the 12th of September. Public notice is required by the 19th of September. Electors may demand a poll, and they can do that by the 11th of December, and if a demand for a poll is received, that poll must be held by the 28th of March. All subject, of course, to simplifying local government and what might fall out there. So if Council resolves to hold a poll, they can do so by the 11th of December. Again, the poll must be held by the 28th of March, and the poll results, either way, determine the electoral system for two triennial elections. So very briefly, we're just going to move on to voting methods. So councils may use three types of methods. So they can use postal voting, booth voting, or you can actually do a combination of both. The last one is nasty, but you can do that under legislation. So booth voting is actually permitted under the Local Electorate Act. I just put in there online voting, still not an option. We've been pushing online voting now. I think there's a major push in 2019 for councils to use online voting. It makes sense, it's efficient, the demise of NZ Post for postal voting, all that sort of thing. Unfortunately, it's still not there. Government is still saying no, it requires regulatory change, and they're not prepared to do that currently. So no council uses booth voting. All local authority elections have been conducted by postal voting since 1995. If a council did move to booth voting, it would be a significant policy, operational and financial decision, not to mention a significant communications issue as well to try and educate. You're not going to get it in the post, you've got to go out to a school or library or something like that to vote. So booth voting, it's done in person at a voting place like a library or school or community centre, much like we do for parliamentary elections. So it's pretty much mimicking what we do for general elections. We do have an ability to vote between 1 and 20 days, and it does end at 7 o'clock on election day. So our legislation, which is different to parliamentary elections legislation, but we do have that ability. We can choose 1 day, or we can choose 10 days or 15 days or maximum of 20 days. The difficulty with a combination of booth and postal is we have under our legislation 2 different closing times, which is a nightmare. So with postal voting, it always closes at midday. With booth voting, it always closes at 7 p.m. So if you have a combination, not only is it exorbitantly expensive and potentially confusing to the electors. You also have different closing times, so that's another issue. So some practical implications, a number of suitable locations will be needed to be identified. This will require significant, and I underline that, staffing and training requirements, because you might have, 50 polling places throughout your district to make sure you have coverage. You need to look at premises security and IT requirements. So logistically, if council went down this route, it is a significant change and significant cost. So on to risks and considerations. It's likely to cost several times as much as postal election. I would refine that a little finer. We're doing work for Auckland Council at the moment. That's looking at 3 to 4 times the cost of postal voting. Now, postal voting was about $250,000 for you guys last time, so you might as well say $1 million now just for your booth voting, and that's purely on the logistics of getting out there in your community, being seen, making everything available to all your electors. Booth voting was last used for local elections in 1992 for Hutt City Council. The turnout fell from 45% in 1989 to 26%. So it's not, moving to booth voting is not guaranteed an increase in turnout. It may well have the opposite effect. So that's our very high-level presentation on both of those issues, and we're more than well happy to open for questions.
Councillor Emmink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody, and hi, I'm Judy. Thanks for the presentation. So there've been no new STV council since 2022, but was 2025, did it go, was there some that dropped off and some new ones that came up?
The Far North District Council came on board
Yes.
last time, or was it the year time before? I think it may have been 2020. The earlier one, 2022, for them. Some councils came close to adopting it, this council. Some councils are the reverse as well. So we had a workshop with Whangarei District Council. They were a new one that came on board in 2025. We had a workshop with them earlier this year. It was the mayor's casting vote that retained STV. So, it's really quite a mixture.
Okay, just supplementary. So since 2004, where there were 10 councils, and not sure how many of those were unitaries, versus the 15, in your opinion, is it the cost that stops councils from moving to STV, or is it the complication?
It's not a cost issue now. There is a marginal cost increase for STV, and that's because you're having more votes to process, and so the 3 vacancies, you may only have to count 3, for example, with FPP, but you could be counting up to 10, for example, for STV. So there's a small marginal cost, but it's not a lot. It's just a labour cost for those processing the extra votes. Each council is so different. The makeup of their communities are so different. The makeup of their council laws are so different. It really is a local decision, and there have been some councils that have had STV. Thames Coromandel had STV for a long period of time, and they ditched that or moved back to FPP quite some time ago. I think Kaipara may have had a STV, and they've moved back again to FPP as well. So very much a local decision. Who are the elected members at the time when this decision is made? And it has to be considered every 3 years.
And just one more, if you don't mind. So if council votes for no change, do we still have to meet those, do we still have to go out to have a poll?
No, if council retains FPP, what we have to do is do the public notice. That's mandatory, and in that public notice it gives the electors the right to demand a poll.
Right.
5% of electors, by the way, and most don't reach that threshold, but we have to tick the box for that public notice.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Jukes.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just a little bit on the math side of it. So I'm just doing on page 32 of your slides. It doesn't really matter which of the examples it is, but it's just how you get to the quota So you've got countable 3038 on the first, that slide, and then you go down one and you've got countable as 2989, which I think is the difference of that 48.2. But I'm not understanding why the non-transferables are 0 on the first and then they go to the 48.2, because isn't it the same votings that's getting, wouldn't they be non-transferable the first time? So I'm just not following how the quota keeps getting.
So this is the first iteration. There hasn't been any other movement. For that, they just counted the first preferences.
Yes.
And that's all that's happened there. So it's once you start transferring them that you find if there is anything that's non-transferable. So at this point, you've got 2 candidates that have exceeded the quota.
Yes.
If you go to the next slide, you'll see now those 2 candidates have got less, it looks like they've got less votes. They've got the same number of votes, but they just don't have the same value. And the rest is being transferred, and now you've got a number of non-transferable votes. Does that answer your question?
No, it was
Okay.
it was the maths, but that's
Sorry, I mean, Ben's the best person, maths is,
yeah.
for me, it's,
But it is correct under the
Oh,
calculator.
yeah, I'm sure.
Yes,
I'm
under the
sure. I'm not
STD.
querying the maths. I'm trying to understand the maths.
Yeah, sorry.
The maths, that was all. But obviously, the difference between the countable was the non-transferable amount. But I was just wondering how it got the transferable.
Perhaps I should clarify that
How you got 2 different non-transferables. So between the same voting papers. But, yeah.
Perhaps I should just clarify, we refer to the STV calculator. It's a piece of software that's developed and put out by the Department of Internal Affairs and audited left, right and centre, and the whole country receives that calculator. We don't have any input into it. We just get it and plug in the preferences and away it all comes. So, but it is a little confusing for me and others. But coming back to the elector, it's simple to vote. All you do is you have 1 vote for the mayor and you rank their candidates. So from their perspective, it's just 1, 2, 3. The counting side of things is this hidden box or this STV calculator, which we are provided with quite detailed iteration reports, and we give those to a council after the election. So any STV guru or anyone that wants to delve into it, all the information is there, the number of iterations and where things transferred and all that sort of thing is fully transparent and available.
I'm going to go to Karen Wilson then Gavin, but I'll just make the point. It seems to me that the non-transferable votes in iteration 2, I would have thought it's because people who voted for Carter and Lomu, some of them only gave a first preference.
yeah, that's right.
Or their second preference was confused, and so they become non-transferable.
Yeah. Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you. Thanks, Dale and Judith, for explaining well. Also, just want to acknowledge our community board members because it's really good to have them part of this discussion. What I was interested in, why we had a dip in STV in around that 2027 to 2013, and then we had an uptake. What were some of the factors there nationally?
I think, again, changes in elected member representation, the makeup, what councils perceived was of more benefit or of less benefit. Some councils, as I gave a couple of examples, dropped away from STV. They felt it was too cumbersome or too confusing, whereas others took it up and said it's a better system. So they took it up. So it really is, because it's a local decision by elected members, that can affect whether people keep it or remove it.
And also their representation review, would you agree? That if they chose to go for larger wards or wards at large, they might do that and decide to use STV.
Okay. Thank you. And have we had an STV tie in your time?
Not in our experience, no.
So it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
Okay. And one last question, if I may. The electoral reform group that board member Councillor Boynton was part of, with Nick Smith. Did they have an opinion? Did they give some clarity around that in their paper?
Yes, they do. They're disbanded now. They're no longer active. But yes, they had a preference of STV for all the country. That was in their list of summaries, if you like, of what they'd like to see happen going forward. Yes, they said we should all use STV.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor James?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and I'm not going to say that it's a simple presentation to understand, but I have been involved in quite a few company elections where they've used STV, and we've always been told that, a lot of people, including myself, will only vote for the ones that we want. But we're continually getting told that that's not the correct way to use STV, and it doesn't always, it complicates the results. But how does that happen?
I think you'll find that the mathematicians will say you have to rank every candidate, but most people will not want to put any mark beside a candidate that they don't know or maybe don't want to be elected, and that's why the rules are that you can rank as many or as few as you like. So,
How does it affect the results?
yes, well,
Significantly, or?
you get those non-transferable votes. Yep.
Oh, Deputy Mayor?
Could you just refresh us? I think our neighbours, Kaurau and Apotiki, are FPP, just thinking of that with the Head Start proposal, just...
Yes, that's correct. All three councils have used, in fact all four, have used FPP. We're not hearing any noise for change from the other two councils, so we suspect, we're going through the same process with those councils now. In fact, I'm moving on to Kaurau after this meeting. We suspect that they're likely to stay with FPP, but I can't speak on their behalf.
Gavin?
Just, I take it that with what the government's doing about us combining councils and all that, when that eventually happens, we'll have to go through this whole thing again as we move into that.
It's an open-ended question, and actually I don't know how the government's going to drive going forward. You're simplifying local government. Government may simply say, this is what's going to happen.
Yep.
We've looked at all your research and your recommendations and all that sort of thing. This is what's going to happen. And by the way, it's going to be this electoral system, this order of candidate names, this type of things that it could be directed from government.
Just a supplementary, Mr. Jim. In times gone by, and I'm talking 10, 15 years ago, I know that we, as well as looking at the voting methods, we also looked at the ward structure. So is that part of this discussion, or do we not do that anymore, or is this for another time?
No, you do your representation review at least once every 6 years.
Okay, thank you.
But you can do it after 3 years. We're not doing one this time.
We're definitely doing one. So the last one we did was in 2022. So we will be kickstarting this representation review project later this year, and it will inform the 2028 elections in terms of ward structures.
And just relating on to that, we not required to do our initial proposal until 1st of July next year. So hopefully the simplifying local government will be bedded down and we'll have a clear direction.
I have a few questions. I'm sure they won't reveal my preferences in this matter. The first one is, could you just remind me of the timing when we have to make a decision?
Yes, 12th of September. Now, the decision is optional. Under the law, the council may, but what is mandatory is the public notice by the 19th of September. So in order for us to do a public notice, we have to have a direction from the council. So, which is why I'm saying have a decision by the 12th of September so that we know what to put in our public notice for the 19th of September.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about the Head Start because it may well be, if we do decide to put in a Head Start proposal, that we'll have an indication of whether that's going to be accepted by Cabinet, and then we'll know whether we will, in 28, have the same council that's being elected or whether we'll be part of some unitary. So that's, the timing's not too bad, I guess. So that's quite helpful. And then if this council remain in place for 28, then any decision we make would apply, and then in 31 it would be a new unitary, and presumably there'd be some kind of, we have to go through them. I mean, unless the government just mandates what the electoral process is going to be, we'll have to go through some kind of process again for the new unitary in any. Okay, thank you for that. Booth voting, because we had, if I remember, we had places where we were collecting votes at the last one. So that's not the same as booth voting, but in effect it's kind of similar experience for the voter, right? Because they turn up, they've got their form and they can fill it in there, I guess, or they can pre-fill it and bring it. So it's kind of a drop-off point rather than a booth. Right, okay, so that's, yeah, there's doesn't seem any value.
I understand with booth voting, they wouldn't be allowed to take their voting document away
Right, yeah,
there and then.
yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
And booth voting also has another negative, is that because you have to front up, there's no postal, so all those electors overseas or the non-resident ratepayers out of the district, they don't get to vote. Okay, so it's only your resident electors.
Thank you for that. One of the questions, I think one of the perhaps benefits of STV is the question of mandates. Although in the presentation it was said that it's best for large elections with multiple, large areas with multiple vacancies. I'm thinking for the mayoral vote, for example, the last vote here, it was extremely close. It was, on the day it was one way and then after it was another way. And whichever way the vote had ended up going, the mayor, there's going to be a question of, well, you only received, a third of the votes anyway, or something like that. If you had an STV vote, that would deal to that question, right? Because whoever got elected as mayor would have an absolute majority of the votes through the STV, so they'd have a really clear mandate that they were the choice. Yeah. Okay, thank you. My other question was around the number of iterations, because some of the, you gave an example of quite a lot of iterations, and that gets more, I guess, more opaque for people. The more iterations you get, the maths gets more complicated. But I'm thinking presumably I think they were general wards, weren't they? So if you had a ward system where you had a number of wards like we do, the number of iterations is like to be significantly fewer.
And if you've got fewer candidates, then that's likely to be fewer iterations.
Yeah, so it's particularly, that seems to be a big problem, particularly where you've got everyone's elected at large.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. And my last question was around, I'm thinking one of the arguments for STV is that you don't get that kind of thing where people come through the middle, so like, and I guess particularly in mayoral votes and where you've got single positions where you've got two people of a similar philosophy, the vote gets split and someone comes through the middle who may not actually have that much support. And I guess, again, STV deals to that question, right?
Well, if we go back to that that little demo that we had on for the single one. Yes, so if we go back to this example, and I mean it's all hypothetical anyway, but let's say you have one, and the majority of electors love that candidate, but there's a minority of electors that prefer someone else. The people that are, the candidates that are excluded are the people that prefer someone else. So their preference is less likely to go to that one that's the majority love. And so because
Well, not the
of that-
majority love,
if the
the most
majority,
people,
well,
the bigger number love, but it's not the majority, right?
yeah,
Until you
Yes.
reach the threshold.
yes. So and so that's how. In this instance, for instance, you've got 3 candidates there with lower votes. If they were all, the other preferences were not for those 2 top candidates, it could be that third one there that comes up and is elected. That's, yeah.
But because they would have the support of the majority, because in that example, if it was a first past the post, Shelford would win,
Yeah, that's right.
but you might find that actually you've only got 6,700 people like Shelford, and actually most people would prefer Smith,
Smith, yep.
in which case under STV Smith would win, but under first past the post, Shelford would win.
Possibly, yes.
Right, thank you very much. Carolyn.
So I understand if we did a combination of first past post STV in the same system, that would be,
Cannot do it.
You cannot do
Legally cannot do it.
Okay.
Yep. One or t'other.
That's good to know.
Yep.
So the old days where we had district health boards, we'd have STV for the district health
They're
boards.
different organisations. So one organisation is your territorial authority, it all must be the one. If you have a regional council, that's another organisation that they can choose. In the old days, we had DHBs, that was mandatory STV, by the way. I should have said
Right.
that. Yep, that was mandatory STV. So in the past, where a council had FPP, they also had STV for the district health board.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Leslie.
Yeah, thank you. My question's for Charisse, actually. So last time when we had our post boxes at the supermarket and some of the service stations, etc., was that a lot of extra cost for the council to have? I know that we had a better than New Zealand average of return, but was it significant or was it a nice, happy, fun thing to do?
Not knowing the exact figures that we have, there's definitely been an increase in the communications and the resource of staff. I think that's where we saw it the most. We've procured close to 30 staff on top of the BAU who then helped us clear all of those and all the educational sessions and making sure that they're also certified to be able to clear those. But we did go beyond the communication and educating our communities from what we have done in the past. So that's probably where the cost was, but it's a resource.
Okay, thanks.
We had 45.3% in 2022 return and 49.2% in 2025, so it did actually go up by about 4%. Yep.
Thank you. Oh, one last question for me, which is that once we've publicly notified whichever, just whether we decide to retain FPP or move to STV, either way, we could have a referendum, or like people, the voters could force a referendum, whichever decision. Yeah.
Correct. It just takes 5% of the electors, number of electors at the 2025 election. We take 5% of that, and if we get a demand for a poll from that number, yes, we are required to do that by the 28th of March next year.
Thank you very much. I think that's all of our questions. Oh, Councillor Haas.
Mayor, are you going to get an indication, although this is a briefing, as to the preferred going forward?
No, I don't think so. I think this is just information sharing, and then we'll have a formal paper when we'll decide. Yeah.
Just a comment, it just seems like such a lot of work when the likelihood at the 2028 election, this is no longer the council that we'd be making these decisions for. And then if there was a poll, what a huge expense that would be for an organisation and a voting system that won't exist. So you just hope the central government, come to the party a bit more before we, all the councils spend a lot of money on this process for something that's no longer going to be there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll know by then. And actually, it does make me wonder if Cabinet hasn't made a decision whether... So this is all the timings, or this is laid out in the local election?
Local Electoral Act, yeah.
Because I'm just wondering whether the government might be willing to consider a timeframe extension given the timing of the Head Start process. Again, they haven't aligned their timings. Again, a poorly thought through kind of process.
We don't know what the potential legislation might be for simplifying local government. We haven't had any indication. The only indication from the Department of Internal Affairs is that government is not prepared to make any changes to the local Electoral Act.
Right, okay, yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. It's very helpful. Yeah. Safe travels home to Auckland.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, we'll move now to the Regional Spatial Plan. This is on page 47 to 67 of the agenda. Welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. I brought a friend today just to help out.
Just a bit of a ring in last minute.
Where did I skip out? Morena, everyone. So this is a bit of an update on where things are at with the preparations for the Regional Spatial Plan. There is unfortunately Daniel's away, so I've swapped in someone who's a bit better looking. There is a paper coming up to the Strategy and Policy Committee next week on a similar topic as well, so there'll be decisions sought through that. But this is really to give a bit of an update and to have a discussion and get a bit of feedback on the direction of travel. So in particular, we're in a phase where we're looking at putting together a process agreement, which is the agreement that councils will make together about how we develop the spatial plan, the regional spatial plan, as well as looking at options for starting to put together a spatial plan committee, which will be the committee that essentially oversees the development of the spatial plan. So these are both actions required under the planning bill, and recognise it as a planning bill at this stage. So we are in what's called a pre-enactment phase. The reason we need to get underway now is we're expecting the bill, the planning bill and the natural environment bill to become acts in September before the House rises. That's not far away, and we won't have a long time to prepare the regional spatial plan. I've got there that it's 15 months. The Select Committee report came out on Monday, or 957 pages. We are trying to digest that. It does extend the 15 months out to 21 months. So instead of having a regional spatial plan notified for submissions by Christmas next year, it would be June the following year, so June 2028. That is still before the next, within this triennium. So while I recognise there's a lot going on in the local government space, including the Head Start program, the Three Waters, the replacement of the RMA. These are things, the spatial plan in particular, is something that would be done, that councillors, you would be involved in developing. It wouldn't be a future entity, whatever that looked like. So within, between September and the end of the year, essentially, we are going to be working on trying to confirm and agree a process agreement amongst the councils to prepare the regional spatial plan, and we also need to establish a spatial plan committee, and we're expecting that by early 2027, subject to any changes that might come through between now and the bills becoming enacted. I note also that after the select committee report came out on Monday, the Minister for RM Reform, Chris Bishop, also announced some other changes to it, including the removal of mana whakahono arohi from, they won't carry over, they won't be grandparented over, they will be replaced by something else. Haven't seen any words on that in terms of the planning bill, so we can only work with what we've got at this stage. But the councils within the Bay of Plenty region, and that includes the regional council as well, we've begun preparing options on what a draft process agreement. We haven't got a draft process agreement, it's really the building blocks for what would be included in it, as well as the principles for how we would establish a spatial planning committee. And there's a few options there that we'll talk through. So as a bit of a reminder, spatial planning within the new system, there's a discussion of a funnel, and essentially what it means, it's a very top-down planning approach. The big planning decisions happen at a national level in terms of the overall direction. Sort of the next phase happens at a regional level in terms of the big decisions. By the time we get down to a land use plan, which replaces the district plan, or and even the consents, it's actually a really narrow scope of things that can be considered, because the idea is all the big decisions about how we do things and who gets involved when happen at the national level and the regional level. So within the factors that we can control, the regional spatial plan is a really, really, really important document, because it really sets the framework for what activities can and are encouraged to occur and are not encouraged to occur within our district, including a reduction in the number of resource consents likely to be required, and a reduction in matters that can be considered in those resource consents and people that need to be consulted with for those resource consents. Within the Bay of Plenty region, we actually are relatively well placed in terms of regional spatial planning. There are 3 spatial plans which cover most of the region. The Rotorua FDS is more just sort of the urban area around Rotorua itself. But smart growth has been going for many years in the Western Bay and Tauranga, and the Eastern Bay spatial plan was approved June last year. So compared to other parts of the country, we're relatively well placed with a bit of a foundation for what the next 30 years looks like. And in fact, smart growth, I think, goes out 50 years. I should mention regional spatial plans have a 30-year time horizon, really, they're looking at. So in terms of the pre-enactment phase, work we're doing at the moment is trying to get the draft process agreement options together. A draft program plan has been developed. There is also, there's been ongoing feedback with the mayoral forum and since December last year, and there's this mayoral forum meeting coming up in September of this year, where feedback has been sought on these options. But actually first, before that goes to those, all the councils in the region are getting similar briefings to this and updates like you will get at the Strategy and Policy Committee next week. So over the next month or so, there will be similar reports going up to all the councils, because ultimately that's where decision making rests with. It doesn't rest with the mayoral forum. That's more of a advisory type body. So there's this, across the councils there's similar, same things being reported. So progress to date, We are working, and the GMs at the different councils are in a project control group, and there's technical subgroups that the likes of myself attend, where we are sort of putting the building blocks together and getting options ready to bring up to our respective councils for discussion. Our Toi Katuria and Māori policy units from across the region are also have also been meeting and started an engagement. Don, I don't know if you want to give a quick overview of some of the engagement we've had to date with iwi.
Yep, absolutely, Atamara, yeah. So engagement has begun with iwi. It's still very in the beginning stages. What has been very clear is that this is a significant, critical and large piece of work with high risk and impact on iwi. Conversations to date are really just an overview of the regional spatial plan. We've ran through this pack with them. The next step for us is to understand how iwi want to be involved. I think it's important to note that, again, this is placing an enormous amount of stress on the limited resourcing iwi have. But notwithstanding this, it's pertinent that they are included and are active in that space. So guidance from iwi has been for us to organise a hui with iwi chairs and mayor, just to discuss and confirm a pathway forward. So really, it's just the very beginning stages, but they absolutely recognise the impact that this could have on them and the importance on providing into the regional spatial plan.
So in terms of the process agreement, that will outline the key geographical areas we're focusing on, the issues and options, opportunities as well as how local authorities will engage with iwi and work with iwi and how iwi will participate in the process, as well as with central government, infrastructure agencies and other sector groups. We're also doing a data stock take, so there's about 300 different layers of information that have been used in various spatial plans or regional plans or district plans that is being collated and will be reviewed and assessed against whether or not, how appropriate it is within the new framework to be reused or is additional data needed. So it's a bit of a gap analysis type approach has been undertaken, all to get us ready and in place for when the new Act comes online. So there is a program approach here. It's a lot of words, I recognise, but it really sets out all the various work streams and the dates we're working towards. It is pre the Select Committee report, so it might need to be adjusted slightly. So the implementation timeline on the bottom is slightly different. Just really pushes it out a few months, but it is a few months. It's not years different. It's 6 months out for some things. But yeah, this is really a summary of the work that's underway. It is important we are taking a no regrets approach. We're trying to do, ensure that the work we're doing is agile and will adjust to whatever changes come out in the final acts once it's enacted. But it's actually work that is beneficial anyway. And I will get to the principles shortly. So let's just sort of really get into the nuts and bolts of things. So what we're proposing in terms of the regional plan structure is to hold on to those sub-regional approaches. We've got the 3 sub-regional plans, and we think that's a good scale to focus to retain. And we really are looking at, given that the tight timeframes, 21 months is not very long at all, building off the existing regional plans, building off the existing regional policy statements, regional plans. So using existing information essentially to build off rather than starting from scratch again. There's a good foundation there. So our proposal was that, focus on these sub-regional chapters. You'll note that Rotorua Lakes that extends outside the box of the Bay of Plenty region. That's because some of their district is in the Waikato region. Taupo, likewise, I think they're in about 5 different regions, but there's a little bit in the upper Rangataki catchment, which is included. We also have, who are now MCERT involved, used to be DIA, as the local authority for some of the offshore islands, so they've got involvement as well. But essentially looking at, there will be a whole of region chapter where we're looking at Bay of Plenty region-wide issues, but then quite large chapters, actually a lot of the focus at a sub-regional level, so an Eastern Bay of Plenty, which we'd expect to build off the existing Eastern Bay of Plenty spatial plan as well. I would just want to point out that it's not, there's additional matters that need to be considered under the Planning Act and National Environment Act when they become acts, beyond just the existing spatial plan. So it's actually making sure that we end up with plans that are fit for purpose. So in terms of the process agreement approach, it's really building off that, sub-regional approach as much as possible. Looking at the existing plans, auditing the existing plans to make sure that the data we've got is fit for purpose. It's that stock take and gap analysis, but using building off the existing information rather than working it from scratch. Any questions or comments? I am rushing through quite quick. I apologise, but we don't have a lot of time. And
Councillor O'Brien.
Just on that jet there, I think can pretty well get rid of the JMBs in the Manawhaka Wairohe in that space. So what are we going to waste any more time on that?
Yeah, so under the bill as it's drafted at the moment, and this is before Chris Bishop made his announcement about the other changes. There's some transitional provisions where local authorities need to give a same or similar effect to treaty settlements, which is it could be a tricky thing to understand what that means. But there's also a 2-year window for central government to work with iwi authorities to look at how they uphold the treaty settlements under the new framework, under the new legislation. So, long story short, there's just a lot of uncertainty there, I think. But
I guess I'm more worried about the JMAs, like the Ohiwa Harbour implementation for those that don't have aren't bound by legislation.
Yeah.
But I'm certainly doing some great things out there, and worry about the kaitiritanga o Ataia environments and simple JMAs. Legislation.
So under the process agreement, we're looking at identifying those what we call issues and options, or issues and opportunities, and those sorts of the JMAs are things that we can capture as issues in the process agreement to carry into the new framework, and it's important we are capturing them. So I do have some slides coming up. It does talk to that a little bit, but there's further refinement that we could do to make sure that all those JMAs are included. In fact, I might skip through if we can. Leslie?
Thank you. Actually, my question's for you, Mr. Mayor. So with the joint committee meetings that you're having, are we all on the same page? Because I know there was concern when you start talking about infrastructure and civil defence and everything else. Are we going to be disadvantaged with a Bay of Plenty regional spatial plan? I know we've got our sub-regional plans. What's your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, it'd be interested in your views, Steve, but I think the way I see it is there's a real willingness to approach this really collegially and kind of work through. I mean, I think that the fact that we've got these 3 sub-regional spatial plans is really helpful because we've already got a foundation. So it's really just how does it all get stitched together and with the regional overlay over the top. I don't think we're going to be disadvantaged. Steve?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be disadvantaged, and I think mostly to that point that there's already existing sub-regional spatial plans. There's a requirement under these bills to have a regional spatial plan, and the intent at the very beginning was actually this is just a process of gluing those together and then presenting it with some additional commentary around the connectedness of the 3. So no, I don't think we're going to be disadvantaged at all.
Okay, well, perhaps this is supplementary in regards to funding. So there's not going to be a Bay of Plenty Regional Spatial Plan fund where it could get channelled to another district. Like, are we all putting in equally, or like, how does that mechanism work?
We're only putting in staff resource at this stage. The Regional Council offered at the Mayoral Forum to fully fund the Regional Spatial Plan process. So that's why we all agreed, because we didn't have any spare cash to invest in it. So that's a benefit. But as we go through the next 15, 21 months, as Nicholas was talking about, then that next phase of implementation may have some questions around funding of particular things. But I think to get the spatial plan completed, Regional Council is funding it, and each council is just providing the required resource for our own sub-regional parts. Is that correct, Nicholas?
Yeah, I mean, as part of the stock take and gap analysis, it's working out what extra data we might need or what other information we may be required, and so some of that may require some resources, to some funding. In the same way that in the development of a district plan, if we're getting, evidence for that, it's really building up that evidence base, and so we're just trying to ascertain what that is. Getting the national policy direction from central government will help there, because that will let us know how much we need for each, for the various things we're looking at. For example, hazards. How much more hazard information do we need? As an example. I will skip ahead because we're a little bit behind time.
Sorry, I just had one question from Malcolm.
Hi, good morning, Nick. First, I've got a couple of questions. How long has the plan been going for? How many years? And apart from the Awakeri structural plan and civil defence, what other benefits has it provided for the Whakatane area?
And so you're talking about the Eastern Bay of Plenty Spatial Plan?
Yep.
So that was adopted in June last year, so just over a year it's been going. And since that time, we've commenced work on the Awakeri structure plan. We've done the local growth strategy, which was the implementation of the spatial plan. We've also had the master plan in Murupara, which council has endorsed, and there is one on Minganui, which will be coming up soon. So there's quite a bit that's going on. That's the top of my head.
Okay, just a subsequent question to that. During the last election, there was quite a lot of interest in identifying where there could be a retirement village or areas for retirement development.
Yeah.
Has that been looked at in the plan itself or incorporated into that, or?
Through the spatial plan, we identified a range of housing needs. There's some more work to do on that, and there will be more work done on that. Certainly the need for retirement villages is well known throughout, we're all aware of that need. And in trying to find new areas for growth, they need to enable that type of development, recognising that it's led by the private sector. I see Laney's got her hand up as well in the background, so she may want to talk to that.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. I just wanted to make sure it was clear for anyone else watching online or watching later. The project and process Nicholas is describing is a new thing that is standalone and separate from the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan that was adopted last year, and that has led into some of that work around local growth and structure planning in Awakeri. This will touch on some of that former work, and we certainly don't want to be reinventing the wheel or starting again. So we're trying to be as efficient as we can with what has already been completed, but I just wanted to make sure that Council was aware this is a different project.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in terms of the process agreement, the issues and opportunities, there are some that are identified sort of cross-regional ones. This includes, recognition of natural resources identified within treaty settlements, but also some of those JMA matters. For example, Ohiwa Harbour. They're generally region-wide ones or of regional significance. There's also the sub-regional matters. I haven't listed all the other ones there, but I've included the Eastern Bay of Plenty issues. These are just draft. It's just a starter for 10 essentially, but these are drawn largely out of the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan, recognising that as a foundation. There will be tweaks, no doubt, and things that we might want to adjust through either from yourselves or through subsequent engagement with different people. But this is sort of our initial starter for 10, just based on what the key themes of the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan and some of the work that's been done in that space. And some interregional matters as well, because it's not just about the region, but it's how it interacts across the region. Principles for evaluating options for the Spatial Planning Committee. So this is, there are different options for how we build a Spatial Planning Committee. Essentially, we've drafted up some principles for how we go about doing that, what the process looks like, or things to inform that process. So, interested in any thoughts people might have on those principles. Are they a reasonable list of principles? Are things that are missing there, things that shouldn't be there? That this will be one of the approaches we use to start putting up some recommendations and options for those. We do have a couple of options for a spatial planning committee. One is essentially what we call the statutory minimum. At the moment, the bills talk about a minimum of one representative per local authority, with the option for a central government rep. So that's essentially what a bare bones one looks like. Through the select committee process, they did identify the need to include someone with expertise in te ao Māori, and they left the door open to include representatives of tangata whenua as well. It's not something you can't do, but still need to have a minimum of one per local authority. This is another option, and it's actually sort of a suite of options essentially, where we're looking at using the sub-regional approach and maintaining that, and do we try and embed a sub-regional mechanism into this. So there are joint committees across the 3 sub-regions within the Bay. Do we look to retain or utilise those or enhance them somehow as part of that process, and reporting through there? So those are some options that are being fleshed out essentially. What this looks like. That latter option does retain that sort of, or strengthen that sub-regional approach. So there may be some benefit in doing that. I'll keep going. Draft program plan, noting that this will change because instead of notifying the RSP in December 2027, it pushes out to June 2028. It's still tight, and that extra 6 months will be valuable in terms of just actually doing the legwork to try and bring this together. But yeah, it's still quite a tight time frame. Bearing in mind, I think our Eastern Bay Plenary Spatial Plan took about 3 or 4 years, so it's still a shorter time, but we do have a good foundation. Resource requirements, so yeah, as you see the bill enacted, we'll get a better idea and do the stock take and understand the information needs that will help with identifying additional resources. At this stage, it is, we are doing just council staff involved, but the regional council have engaged a program manager, which has been really helpful, just to try and, it's essentially a process of herding cats, so it's helpful to have someone who can do that. But really between now and end of the year, we're looking at getting these process agreements approved across the region, with the Spatial Planning Committee and Secretariat standing up in early next year. So that's within the next 6 months. There's some quite big stuff to work through, recognising that there's a whole lot of other big stuff we're doing at local government as well. So next steps, as I say, there's a number of workshops occurring across the region. We've got papers coming up next week to Strategy and Policy Committee, making sure we're all aligned and triangulated across the region. There is the Mayoral Forum on 10th of September, which by then all the other councils would have received similar papers to what's coming up next week, and getting that sort of region-wide feedback and discussion as well through that Mayoral Forum. So that's where we're at.
Two, and then Karen.
Besides financing this, how much input have regional council got to do this? That's their space as far as the taio and the environment is concerned. So besides financing all this, have they got much of a say?
Yeah, regional council, the staff are heavily involved in this, as well as our staff. We're working very closely together, emails most days and stuff. And yeah, I don't know if Steve or Nanda want to talk at their levels, but certainly at a staff level, heavily engaged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. For that second option, with more of a sub-regional committee, are there any negatives? Would it require more resourcing from Whakatane? Or what are some of the reasons we wouldn't consider that?
I guess it depends on how much. I mean, at the moment, the Joint Committee is not a decision-making body, right? It receives information, provides feedback. Whether there's any changes in that, are we, trying to beef up the Joint Committee do they get more decision-making power? Are there any changes to that? What does that process look like in terms of approving things, making decisions? It's probably just another layer, but is it worth that by having that sub-regional coordination or not? And that's probably something that we need to think through and reflect on a bit more. So it's another layer. Is it useful to have that extra layer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks, Donna. Oh, actually, so in terms of those, like that question around which option we go with, where does that decision and when does that decision get made? So, any feedback on it's really helpful. We do have a paper coming up next week, which will include similar content or much the same content. So there's an opportunity there to give sort of feedback on it. We're not seeking decisions at this stage. It's really just a feedback stage. But before the end of the year, we want to finalise the process agreement. So, but we don't want to wait until December to get that feedback. So the sooner the better, really, because it informs how we then come up with further options and get more information to come before councils for decisions. So if we digest the information you've given us today, when the paper comes up, did you say, was it to council?
Strategy and Policy,
Strategy and Policy.
Committee next Thursday, yeah.
Then we'll have digested, we can probably give some
Yeah,
helpful feedback
yeah.
then maybe.
And we'll be seeking guidance and feedback rather than decisions
Yeah.
per se.
Yeah, thank you. Callan, did you have one?
No, that's
No, two?
Just quickly, just on the draft program plan, I see in December 2026 you established the SPC. And then post-February 2027 you engage with EV authorities. Don't you think that you might want to engage before that if you want them included in the SPC or anything like that?
Absolutely, and that's why we have started the engagement. So our hope and expectation is that they will be playing a part in that committee.
But yeah, it's just that I don't see we being involved in this besides post-February 2027, so you might want to put that in your plan.
Sorry.
Sure, just noted, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Look forward to that paper coming up as the strategy and policy. Councillors will take a morning tea break for 15 minutes, back at 1:45.
Just that goes green.
Morning. Stephen Goodwin, just here to give a brief on the Awakeri structure plan and where we're up to. The purpose of today's briefing is to guide Council through some of the research and analysis work and community involvement and how this has helped shape the emerging structure plan. I'd like to also share the emerging structure plan with Council and identify some of the additional conversations that have taken place, and then ultimately lead towards the various pathways that the project could proceed into public engagement prior to presentation to Council for approval. So over the past 6 months, the project team undertook research and analysis and individual technical investigations and established a shared spatial understanding through a collaboration and team-oriented design. We've integrated this evidence with a community sentiment. It's not me, I hope. We've also now undertaken a community reference process, and we've heard about what Awakeri, why Awakeri is important to the community, where the community heart is, and what the community would like to see if Awakeri was to grow. Technical testing and community reference have been running in tandem. During the course of the project, we've held 2 design charrettes as a design team and 3 reference group sessions with the Awakeri community. The design charrettes would often follow the community reference sessions, so their feedback and sentiment was always front of mind and relevant while we were undertaking our design thinking. I wish to review some of that feedback and highlight how the structure plan has responded. So we heard from the community of their wish to maintain a rural character and feel. So the structure plan has responded to this by proposing an area of large lot residential around the fringe to create a softer peri-urban edge. School access and safety was repeatedly brought up by the community as an aspect of a need to address, and the structure plan has responded to that by proposing an alternative access to the school from the state highway. Flooding concerns were important for those with farms peripheral and downstream to the immediate structure plan area, and the structure plan addresses these concerns through a stormwater design component which features a stormwater precinct, stream enhancement and nature-based solutions. And what was Awakeri's identity and where was the community heart were questions that we put to the community. And the school, the community centre and the Mangaroa stream were really high on that list of feedback. So those really feature quite heavily in the proposal for the emerging structure plan. The update I'll show of the analysis that the project design team has undertaken will give Council an idea of ways in which that structure plan has responded to the feedback. So here we can see some flood modelling based on the 100-year annual exceedance probability, and where you can see those ponding areas towards the north of the structure plan area, the bunding between Awakeri and the Te Rahu Canal, based around surface water movement, geology and discharge rates. You'll notice when I move on to the emerging structure plan image, you'll see that this area addresses that.
Thank you. Just in regard to, on the top right-hand side where you got those fingerlings of yellow and green, is that man-made drainage? Where it's been, where the drainage has been angled to run off the land, and is that man-made?
A lot of this area does follow drains. There's is it the good,
It seems
greener?
quite regular,
Drain
those.
runs through the middle of that, and then there is some compartmentalising of the lots through there. Whether that runs adjacent to those areas, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't undertake that body of testing.
So the other one I wanted to ask too, the chart on the right-hand side, is that level above sea level, or what is that? The charts,
That's
legend,
It's
sorry.
flood depth. So, you mean the colours? The legend.
The legend on the
Yeah,
side.
that's flood depth.
So above sea level?
No, nothing to do with sea level, it's just.
ground level.
Yeah.
Above
ground
what?
level.
What's your datum level?
Above the ground level there, whatever the ground level is, because it's not a one ground level, it doesn't have the contour, so it's just flood depth above that ground level where that flood is at.
So if I read that right, the circle of red around the orange, is that a ditch? If you're saying that the red is below ground level?
No, that red is just a drawn line overlay indicating that large area where the flood depth is greater around the Te Rahu Canal and north of the primary school.
Yeah, so just to further that, I've highlighted that area because as we move on to the one or two images time, you'll be able to reference that area and see how the structure plan has addressed that. Right, so the stormwater environment has been proposed to include a series of stormwater precincts and catchments. And each of these catchments will drain or be serviced by a storage area with additional wetlands in proximity that will receive surface water from green streets and surface area runoff. This slide shows the results of some soil and geotechnical testing. The characteristics here being firmer soils or softer soils. The green area that runs through the middle has been highlighted as an area with firmer soils, and this is influencing or able to influence the type and density of building that can be constructed on these particular soils. The firmer soils being more capable of including higher densities and residential neighbourhood development, while the softer soils, which include the pinker areas to the north, suggest a lower density, and that sort of coincides with that larger lot residential area to cater for more specific engineering of those softer soils around perhaps preloading and things like that to facilitate that lower, more cost-effective development solution. So this image is the emerging structure plan itself. It's a nature-positive village that celebrates water, landscape and ecology while offering housing choice, walkable neighbourhoods, and establishes a strong sense of place. And what we can see, I guess here, if I was to take your attention back to the flood modelling that I showed you before, that area that was highlighted with the red ring, you'll see here open space now occupies that space with a series of natural inland wetlands that will be enhanced. The area surrounding that is now sort of recreational open space. It's a dual purpose area. It could be also flood storage or storage for areas for high volumes during rainfall. But it can also be used for recreational purposes, sports facilities, walking areas, etc. Areas A and D the larger lot residential areas around the fringe that occupy the bulk of that softer soil profile. And then addressing the notion of housing choice, we've got Area E, which is sort of a general residential environment. The sort of mustard colour is a strip of medium density, and then we've got our sort of village precinct, which caters for commercial development capacity, and then there's a bit of industrial area to the west. Two areas of particular interest that I thought I might just introduce. Firstly, what's been proposed through the Mangaroa stream and how this might help deal with intense periods of rainfall. If I could just quickly jump back to this image here, that pink or purple strip through the middle, that's the Mangaroa stream, and what the geotechnical testing found was that this area could be quite susceptible to lateral spread during different states of earth movement. So what was recommended was a reasonable amount of setback. So in the interests of trying to utilise that land and it not being wasted, what's been proposed here is a space with some more so these margins would be utilised for areas of flood storage, wetland enhancement, and as it ran through or the line through the village centre, this would offer opportunities for recreational movement, for social interaction, and provide a real sort of sense of place in the middle of the village itself.
Two questions from Carolyn, then from Gavin.
Presumably we are okay to ask questions as we go? Or, yeah. The Mangaroa stream, is that, how much significance is that for local iwi hapu? Is it quite an important stream with historical value, or have you had feedback from iwi hapu about that?
We have, yeah. We have undertaken discussions with Ngāi Taiwhakaia, with Pukeko and the Rangataki Collective. We've had positive feedback on our aspirations to enhance the ecological environment in this area, and the feedback we've had also from the ecologists that have undertaken a lot of testing is that the environment is not as healthy as it could be. And the preliminary feedback, as I'll get to, has suggested that there is support there for the restoration of the area and enhancement through this type of work.
Okay. Supplementary? Oh. Has there been much discussion around more development south of the railway, or nestled on the foothills? That land, is that not being considered, or?
The image I've got in front of us here, which area?
Just more south of the, is that the railway line they're going across?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yep.
So there's not much discussion around using land nestled in the foothills, or?
At the initial stage, the structure plan is concentrating mainly on what we could achieve between sort of now and 2055 in terms of this area. There has been some exploratory discussions with residents around what might happen in the future and where the structure plan might lead once this area develops. So it's not a situation where we're just sort of solely concentrating on that, but at the moment we've got a search area, and that's really what we've concentrated on.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Gavin?
So if you go to the next slide, it's quite a wide, from bank to bank, what's that, about 80 to 100 metres. So I understand it's got quite a big hinterland, so you need to allow a bit for water movement. So if you go back to the previous slide now, you've got potential town shopping centre on both sides. isn't that sort of bringing a bit of a problem where the shops on the left to the ones on the right to be unconnected by an 800 metre or 80 to 100 metre strip, or will you have footbridges, etc.? So given that, who would be responsible for that whole infrastructure? Would you get a developer to develop a town centre, and within that they do all the footbridges and the widening of the canal and all that sort of stuff?
So I guess to answer the first question, there is a new proposed road through the sort of past Block C and towards A that would provide traffic access. There's also proposals for footbridges to cross intermittently over the stream for recreational, for access purposes.
But going by the picture on the next one, you've got roads either side of the stream bank. Yeah.
Yeah, these are, I guess, ideas. They're not detailed design. They're concepts of how the area might work or could look. So we haven't really delved into sort of prescriptive, detailed response at this point.
So who does that sort of infrastructure of the widening of the stream, the ponding, or who does that? Is that upon us, regional council won't be here, as the developer?
Yeah, I mean, we would expect normally the developer would lead that. They might vest the assets in council ultimately after a period of testing.
Okay.
But yeah, it's typically how it would work.
I've got Malcolm and then two.
Thank you. I presume that the street layout that you have there is hypothetical? And if so, how do you estimate, because once it's developed, then obviously the street layout might be quite different to what's there. How do you estimate the amount of stormwater that will come off the streets and have to go into the ponds or the Mangaroa, etc.?
Okay, that's a good question. So the structure plan itself, although not a detailed design, represents an option of how the area might develop. And what sits below the initial image is a fair amount of research and analysis to ensure that what we're showing can actually be undertaken. So if I was to, for example, go back a couple of slides to this to this image here, the area is sort of divided into stormwater catchments. So our hydrologist, and I might be paraphrasing how they do their job as a planner. I'm not completely familiar with what they do, but I would assume that they would be modelling this based on the 100-year rainfall event, the size of the catchment versus the amount of rainfall that would be expected, what might feasibly be absorbed into groundwater, and what might potentially run off into the catchment storage and holding areas. So we've got a consultant who's putting together a roading environment. We've got a number of street profiles to show you in a couple of slides, and I believe the hydrologist is currently working on that model. Probably there's a little bit more to it than what I'm able to give you today, but this is where I would have suggested those figures would come from.
Okay. Just subsequent to that, I presume most houses would have soak holes for the water that lands on the roofs of those properties, and will that percolate down into the wet areas or to the stream? How's that fixed? Because, and why I ask the question is, one of the problems we have in big cities now, and I see it in Hopi, is that people buy a section and they virtually cover it in a house and concrete. And there's very little green areas to allow any water to percolate down how it normally would go. So there's a an increase in the runoff of water. So, I mean, is that being factored in, or?
Yeah, so as part of any development, and this is something we encountered in Plan Change 8 when we were doing the Julian's, is around the stormwater levels of service and what we need to achieve. And so any development, there's a certain permeability area that's assumed, and there'll be different tools that can be used to achieve those runoff targets. So if it's based around a 100-year event, the regional council typically require in this area, they'd go, you need to retain the flows pre-development versus post-development at, targeting a 100-year, 72-hour event, which is based on those big flood events. And you'd need to come up with stormwater methods that would retain those flows under that level of service or under that event you're targeting. So, and then there'll be a certain permeability within development that's assumed, and there'll be different measures you can use, and that includes stormwater tanks. It includes this sort of the wider stream bed areas, the wetlands that are all incorporated. So essentially what we're looking at here is something that uses natural systems to retain the water in those large flood events. But that, when it's not a 100-year flood, which is most of the time, you can use those for other, passive recreation, other sort of recreational or transport opportunities as well, active transport. So, but we wouldn't want to be too prescriptive in terms of where everything needs to be or how it needs to be done. It's really around achieving those targets in a way that would enhance those nature positive options. But it could include a range of things, including permeability in the paving surfaces. It could include rainwater tanks, swales, all sorts of things. Two.
I think the question was already asked. I was just going to ask about development on the southern side of the track, and I thought that might have as far as Hapu and Iwi are concerned, because quite conversant with the Maro stream. Where it starts up the top there at the yards in Omataro and in between Kiwinui. So you've already got some concerns from you as to how's that going to be looked after on the way through. But I see you've got some considerations as far as riparian planting is concerned along there. And all credit to you. May not be in this magnitude because there's quite a big area there. I mean, I know it's a concept drawing, but we certainly would be, I guess, as Iwi and local Hapu, a lot happier if there's some riparian planting all the way through there as a buffer zone. So you've considered that, so that's good. I mean, it runs into Te Rahukana, as per normal. And through that development on the north side, I guess we'd probably want some riparian buffer zones in there as well all the way through. And I think you've already considered that, so it's good. Thank you for that.
Those sort of headwater discussions were also had with both Plenty Regional about what might be done to influence the volume and capacity or velocity of water coming out of the Latham's Hill environment. Certainly things that we've considered. The second aspect that I wanted to sort of highlight in terms of that stormwater and movement environment were the green streets and how these have been proposed as part of the nature-based solutions to dealing with the stormwater. Obviously in this area, in this part of the world, there's no shying away from water, but the structure plan looks to or seeks to work with water. So to give effect to that part of the vision, the plan proposes to use water as part of the street design. And here you can see two different road corridor widths or cross sections as a local road and collector road, and how the pedestrian greenway on the right there, how these corridors would be designed to deal with the road runoff coming out of individual sections of front lawns and back lawns. we propose a pedestrian green corridor to run through part of the area to deal with runoff from residential lots, not just the road environment itself. But these swales that sit within the corridors are permeable, designed to reduce the volume of surface water, but also provide a pathway for that surface water to flow towards these specific storage and holding areas. So along the sort of design and planning phase of the project, we've held discussions with NZTA, Ministry of Education, Bay Plenty Regional Council, and also with Kiwi Rail. As I mentioned earlier, we've reached out to Ngāti Awa, who have instructed us to deal with Ngāi Tai Whakaia, Ngāti Pūkeko and the Rangataiki Collective. We have opened discussions with those three hapu, and those conversations are still ongoing. And this, I guess, concludes what we've done and where we're at now. And I think it's important to reiterate that we're sort of moving out of a design stage and into now a refinement stage. And one of the questions that we would like to pose is around a future pathway towards public engagement. There's a number of different options. Throughout the project development, the narrative that we've adopted has always been one of a public engagement of some sort would follow. It builds on the work already completed with the community. It continues that momentum and good faith. But equally, we're conscious that Council may or may not wish to place a high value on a more formal consultative process. To this, there's different pathways and there's trade-offs. We would therefore like, or show an interest in inviting Council to discuss where balance might sit between confidence, efficiency and momentum. The special consultative procedure and the targeted engagement provide clear benefits in keeping with momentum and public sentiment in a position of strength that it is at the moment following the reference group sessions. It's also a pathway, the targeted community engagement is also the pathway that the spatial plan took, due in part to the unique targeted audience being a sub-regional targeted community. However, the long-term plan and regional spatial plan processes would also provide opportunities for engagement with the community. I guess in terms of the long-term plan, the risk there is that the long-term plan may focus more on infrastructure and funding as opposed to more specifically a wider ability for people to digest a structure plan. The regional spatial plan remains an option with an eventual rezoning pathway. However, one risk in that aspect is that that might not happen until late 2027, in which case we lose a bit of momentum and an opportunity for implementation in the meantime. There is also an option for adoption without consultation, may be seen as appropriate given the levels of previous engagement around the spatial plan and the local growth strategy. But I guess we highlight the risks there that they also would perhaps not address the narrative that we've had around some sort of engagement coming and continuation of that good faith.
Chief Executive.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what this is. I hadn't seen this, but the pathway from structure plan is to do the rezoning in the district plan. So then development can start occurring and the district plan needs those changes. So in the long-term plan, council can budget for any enabling infrastructure to enable the development to occur. So when you talk, because district plan's not mentioned anywhere here, or is it hidden somewhere? And I've got a second question. Where's the district plan in
So
this?
Yeah.
It's kind of conflated with the regional spatial plan. We have a situation where there's a
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I
plan
think-
stop thing that's out
Well,
there.
okay, we'll take this conversation offline because the plan stop does have a pathway for councils who have made progress to make an application to the minister to enable a plan change to occur. So that's a pathway, which is not written here. And also the regional spatial plan has considers the district plan changes. So we don't stop any district plan work in order to do a regional spatial plan because the regional spatial plan is just talking to our Eastern Bay spatial plan, which was finished about 2 years ago. So I'm just, not sure about that. So I wouldn't mind taking that conversation offline because I don't think there's any reasons to halt the district plan rezoning, but I wouldn't mind talking to you about that. And the other bit I just wanted to note too is option D, adoption, I'm assuming district plan rezoning to enable development to occur in Awakeri if the council adopts the structure plan. Option D, adoption without consultation means doing the district plan change. The risks, minimal community input, I don't think is fair to include as a risk because there's been spatial plan engagement, which talked about new zones. There's been the growth strategy engagement, which talked about the zones, and then there's been the Awakeri structure plan, which specifically has dealt with Awakeri. So there has been a lot of community input, and the purpose for doing the community input engagement upfront before you do district plan zone changes is to reduce the risk of a legal challenge after you've done a district plan zone change, which can slow things down. So you try to front end a lot more engagement. So I don't think it's sort of fair to say there's been minimal community input because we've had 3 major engagement processes.
Yeah, so it's really what we're getting to really is how we make the structure plan a thing that's been endorsed by council and how to get that point. Because by going through the RMA process.
Oh,
like a
so that's
plan
adoption
change.
of the structure plan.
Yes, it's that.
Okay, I
rather.
get you.
Right,
Yeah.
because there's a subsequent process which is quite a procedural thing through the RMA or spatial plan or whatever it looks like. But it's how do we get this to become a thing that's endorsed by council that can then feed into
the district plan.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I've got Leslie then Cameron.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you for the
Morning.
presentation.
Morning.
I've got a couple of questions. When you were talking with your community at Awakeri and the other stakeholders, were developers kind of advised or aware or excited about anything? And that ties in with the other question about are there willing landowners wanting to sell? Like, have we got some of the order, when the community's out there, that was like, yeah, let's make this happen, or was I just giving feedback to suggestions?
So if I could just repeat, just to make sure I've understood, there was 2 parts to that question. When we're speaking to the community, were members of the community happy about developing, or were you saying were developers included in that conversation?
Oh, yeah, separate. So were there community people there who were indicating, yes, they would be willing landowners to sell? And then the other part, just the other way around, was have developers been made aware of it, or have they indicated, yes, they would go in and help do these potential lifestyle blocks and residential development?
I think it's fair to say, in answering the first part of that question, that the idea of the structure plan and the idea of Awakeri being rezoned as an urban environment was met with mixed response. Some landowners were able to see a potential pathway to something that they might look forward to. Other other members of the community expressed their concerns in that space. Through the local growth strategy, developers themselves have been involved in this discussion. And sorry, the second part of the question?
Oh, was about the developers, have they been involved, yeah?
Right, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, they were, so when the local growth strategy was when those discussions were being held publicly, that took the sort of the spatial plan and that spatial discussion, including non-spatial elements being sort of the economics and community sentiment, developer sentiment and so on.
Right, I've got a supplementary. Just one, thank you, Steve, for just getting some of that clarified, because I was thinking, whoa, I didn't know if we're up to all of that yet. When we look at like option C or option D, so this is really just approval of the Awakeri structure plan.
Yes.
If it got included into the LTP and the wider community didn't want council to vote for infrastructure costs to go forward, doesn't that undo a lot? Or we're not expecting that? I was just wondered if there was the wider community who just think, no, don't go out to Awakeri, don't waste any money there in developing it. That's not a risk?
That's the tension that any council would face when it's looking at growth, because growth requires an infrastructure investment to enable the growth to occur. So that's council's role, and that comes at a rates impact. So that's just a tension that the council has to go through.
Okay.
But the idea would be, well, the way of to getting to that decision point is you've got to have your district plan zone changes made, so then the budget in your LTP can reflect the enabling infrastructure, and then you're consulting on whether or not to do that. In fact, generally what happens is that the district plan changes will get made, and actually this has happened in Waikato Council in Morrinsville, and then the enabling infrastructure keeps getting pushed out. And in Morrinsville, it got pushed out for about 20 years before they did the infrastructure to open up some of the subdivisions. So it's probably, that's what would actually occur, is you just push out the costs.
All right, thank you. And I just have one more quick one. Through your geotech and investigations, did we find any good water source, a bore or anything?
Not within the area that was being investigated.
Okay, oh, shame.
But we weren't really looking for water, for water sources per se.
Carolyn.
I've got a couple of questions. Thanks, Stephen. One, the technical reports, are they freely available to the public, or are they accessible to the community if they were interested?
At this point in time, we're still receiving drafts, and then we'll go back with sort of further amendments if required, but I guess at some point they will be.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I think that would be included in if you're consulting on your structure plan, you'd include all the...
That's all included, the technical reports that accompany the structure plan.
Great, okay, thanks. And just where are we at with the wastewater? Obviously, that's in your to-be-done infrastructure planning. Any more detailed timelines on wastewater and where that's headed?
I mean, there's a few options. We've had discussions, but there's nothing concrete to put on, and we'd likely to go forward with a few options. It would be subject to a separate process in terms like a consenting or that sort of thing. So yeah.
Okay, thank
but
you.
there's options there, and those were actually included in the Eastern Bay Penny Spatial Plan as well. There's some options discussed in that as well.
I'm actually not able to forward on to the next slide, if anybody's able to help. There we go, thank you. So one of the key messages I'd like to leave council with today is that we're moving out of that investigation and refinement phase. A number of the design principles in community matters are now reasonably well established through community input, technical work and strategic planning, but there's still aspects of the structure plan that will continue to evolve. Equally, there's several decisions that will sit beyond today's briefing and will come back through future engagement, planning and funding processes. Today's briefing will enable project staff to understand council's expectations around available public engagement pathways to have the draft concept level structure plan approved to the point that it might go to public engagement. So on that note, thank you, and further questions?
Leslie?
If we did option B, the targeted engagement, is there any significant budget attached to that? Is it already incorporated into what we've got?
It all can be funded out of the project budget. It's not a big cost.
Okay, thanks.
Wilson?
Yeah, thanks for this, and I mean, I have been following it all the way through anyway, but what's the projected time frame on maybe seeing some activity out there or some buildings going up? Are we talking 3 years, 5 years, 10 years?
Well,
I can help you out. The answer is it depends. It can depend on whether or not the council chooses to fund in the LTP, the enabling infrastructure, and at what point it funds that enabling infrastructure. So, it might be in year 2, 3, 6, 9 of the LTP. The other thing it depends on is whether or not there are landowners interested in using fast track process, because that can accelerate when development occurs, and also instead of council being the kind of leader of the process, council becomes a follower of the process. So it then gets dictated by a fast track process. And then the sort of third major thing that occurs is willing buyers and willing sellers. Back to your question, people are now thinking about that sort of stuff, but actually it can take a bit of time for that when an area is rezoned, for the land to move into the hands of the people who want to take the risks around development and the development occurring. And then development has its stages as well. So your first stage is your subdivision planning, and then from there you go into the construction of the houses. And then probably the fourth thing that's at play over that period of time is the state of the economy and whether that can accelerate or slow things down. So it kind of depends. Yeah. Is that a fair answer, guys? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very political answer.
So just one question for me then. So in terms of moving forward, there's some proposed next steps. In terms of what kind of engagement takes place before adopting the structure plan, is that, will that come to as a paper to somewhere for a decision, or how does that work?
We're proposing to undertake that targeted engagement. It would be included in paper to Strategy and Policy Committee, which is next week.
Right.
Won't necessarily have all the details of that, but essentially it's saying it's not going to be a full SCP process. It'll be consistent with the LGA, consultation principles, but it'll be an adapted engagement, pretty targeted on this, to really get towards the point where we could get council endorsing the structural plan, before late 2026.
Yep. Is the aim. So I have a paper coming up to Strategy and Policy, and that'll be a decision in principle almost to proceed in that direction, although the details might not all be fully there.
Yeah, I won't necessarily have all the details for engagement dates and how it's all
I think that's fine. Yeah.
And all the advice I've been hearing, even though I didn't want to hear it, was actually to be more patient and do more front-end consultation, because then it just makes that rezoning and legal process that people can follow a lot lighter if you do that front-end work really well.
Yeah.
But it is important that we can get the structural plan as a thing that council's endorsed.
Yeah.
Or approved. That's a pretty powerful thing, and that opens up a whole range of options.
Yeah. No, that's good. I think it's a great piece of work. So, thank you very much for working this through. I think it could be something really awesome, actually. Cool. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move now to the long-term plan transport levels of service. Annalise and Joe. Welcome. And Sarah.
Hi, mōrena tātou. You're probably thinking, why is Sarah here? So look, I'm just here to start this as it's part of the LTP, so I'll just be kicking us off if that's okay. This morning's session will be run by Annalise and Joe. But it's important to recap where we're at in the long-term plan process and why we're bringing the transport level of service to you now. So the session will start on where this sits within the long-term plan, after which I'll pass to Annie and Joe. He'll take you through our transport network's performance, the financial impacts of our maintenance, operations and renewals, the level of service impacts for transport activities. They'll also take you through the proposed approaches that have been developed for major asset maintenance and renewals, as well as the approach for evaluating improvement projects. So just to recap here, so it's already July and we're partway into developing our long-term plan for 27-37. The past few months we've been focusing on the anchoring phase. So we've worked through with you in refreshing Council's strategic direction, with the draft coming tomorrow, to tomorrow's Council meeting. Last month, we also brought to you a briefing on developing the financial strategy and communications engagement approach. So this foundational thinking is intended to anchor our LTP and provides the building blocks for both our work streams and Council decision making. Although the development timeline here appears linear, I want to stress that the development of the long-term plan is anything but. There are other processes running in parallel, which makes the timeline here it's challenging and it does require careful planning. So today we're bringing to you the transport levels of service discussion, which is coming much earlier than other activity plans. So for the other activities, you can expect to see this in approximately September or October. And next week, at next week's Council briefing on the 29th, I'll be bringing to you a broader project update at that point. So why are we reviewing this now? So essentially the transport program has its own clock running and requires early direction. The pressing reason is the NZTA bid. The draft is due in August and the final is in December. That means we need early direction from you now to shape the drafting of this program, the same anchoring principle as the wider long-term plan. So today is about direction, not final numbers. Getting that direction now will help to shape the development of the transport work program and form the basis of the NZTA bid. So I'll now pass to Annie and Joe on what they're needing from you today.
Just on the diagram on the previous page.
Sure.
Is that April to December 2027?
That's, 26.
Because there's nowhere on that page that says 26, it all says 27, so it's a bit confusing.
Apologies. So that is this year, the work program that we're working through this year to develop the long-term plan for the 1st of July 2027. All the work a lot of the work is happening this year to enable that for next year. But yeah, thank you, and we will make that clearer going forward. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. So I guess today we just, as I think Sarah's already alluded to, just coming to get some early direction on how we shape up our maintenance operations renewal program, and to test a few things with you just to get a gauge of the feelings around the table. Some of the things we're looking at are the decreasing levels of service. This all sort of is around trying to save money where we think we can. And then testing with you guys what the likely response from the public will be around some of those changes. We'd like to test with you a new approach, I guess, to how we maintain some of our major assets moving forward. This is sort of more of a long-term piece that we'll be developing up over the next 3 years rather than putting anything in front of you now, but we just want to get, again, just an early steer on that. And then we'll take you through our process for developing our improvement project program. We're basically rolling out something very similar to what we did in our last LTP, and we again just want to get a bit of a steer on the direction of that so that when we come back to you with our programs, we know that we're putting something in front of you can make a decision on. And as part of that improvement project program, we want to have a bit of a brief discussion around how we evaluate our seal extension program and whether the current process is still fit for purpose or if we need to look at something new around that as well. So overall, our network performance, oh, sorry, I've got to need the clicker. Here we go. So there's a few graphs on here showing our network performance across a few different metrics. The first one on the top left is our pavement condition. The next one is our surface condition, so how good our asphalt and how chip seal is holding up. Down on the bottom, the wonky looking graph with the very V shape in it is our ride quality. So basically what's people's experience on the network. Is they getting a smooth ride or are they getting a rough ride? And the last one there is our peak and average road roughness. Again, similar measure. And it's just showing those benchmarked against our peers and how we're performing. So the two top ones, you can see the blue line staying very nicely above the black line, which is our peer average. And that's just sort of reflective of how our performance is going over time compared with them. As you'll see on that, we're pretty good in terms of the performance metrics. Tracking along steadily above our peer averages, and similarly with our ride quality for drivers as well. And a lot of that is down to the age of our network. It's relatively new, so we're not having big failures as other networks might have. But it's also showing, we are maintaining it at a fairly consistent, if slightly declining level. I wouldn't read too much into the big dip at the end. Sometimes, we changed recently how our metrics were captured. We've got a new system in place, which is a nationwide measurement system, which measures our cracks and our flushing and all those other parts of the network. And so there's been a change in how those are measured, which has seen that little blip happen towards the end of the period. We'll hopefully get some new information up before the end of this year as well. So I guess the real question about this information is what it's telling us. It's telling us, A, our network's performing well. There's probably a question about whether or not, because we're so far above our peers, whether or not we're actually over-investing in that transport network. Our take on that is it's probably not so much an over-investment at the moment, but just a reflection of the age of the network being relatively young. And so our current level of spending is holding us well. As our network ages, we may need to actually increase spending, but we've got a wee bit of leeway before that happens and before we get down to sort of matching our peers. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Joe. Just to elaborate a little bit, our roads are relatively young compared with peer. Are you talking about our reseal program, or is it?
The underlying pavements of our roads are relatively young, so we haven't hit that. So depending on traffic levels and everything else, you're looking at getting between sort of 30 and 70 years out of a pavement life. A lot of ours are sort of into that 30, 40 year life, but they're also below traffic. volume roads. And so we've got a bit more life in them yet before we have to really start digging them up and replacing them. And comparing that with, say, other regions, Bay of Plenty is relatively late developed compared with, say, Waikato or Wellington, etc. Yeah.
Wilson?
Yeah, thanks for this. You may have already answered this and I've missed it, but the difference between surface and pavement, what's the difference?
So pavement's basically anything underneath the asphalt. The way I like chip seal asphalt. The way I like to think about it is, your pavement is your proper, is what's really, really important. And then your surfacing on top of that is basically what keeps it waterproof, keeps it protected, and lets you get the long life out of those pavements. The pavements are an expensive business to replace, and so we want to make sure we keep on top of that surfacing to protect them.
Okay, thanks for that.
Couple of things for me, and one, I'm a big believer that we should change the terminology, because I think when the public reads this stuff, it's really confusing for them. And it can lead to, anyway, that's just what I think. The pavement conditions, service condition, these are based on objective measures that we make or evaluations that we make?
So there's an industry standard around this now. It's measured about the cracking that you have in your surfaces, deflection that you experience as you drive over your roads. And last year the nation introduced what's called CCDC, which is basically a nationwide data collection exercise where they collect all of the data that feeds into this pavement condition and surfacing condition information. And all of that then is processed using some algorithms to come up with an overall score for each of these metrics. And so we've got really good confidence, particularly in the last couple of years, that we're measuring the same thing as other councils, and that we've got consistency right across the country and how that information's being collected as well.
So this dip in the last year on pavement condition, is that something we should be concerned about?
Not necessarily. There is a caveat with that. The new data collection rolled out, and they do half of our network one year, the other half the next, just as a way of sort of evening the balance out. And so we may find that as our other half of the network gets pulled into this data capture, we might see that lift up a little bit, or it might stay the same. So there's still a bit of an umming and ahhing, but it might just mean that, because of that change in the way the information's gathered, it might actually be, we've been doing it a little bit differently in the past, and so now we've got this little dip, and we might see that continue sideways, but it won't be a continuous decline. It should just be a drop and then continue on. No problem. This is another metric, again, checking our performance against our peers. It measures three separate things: value for money, efficiency, and effectiveness. I think value for money is pretty self-explanatory. It basically measures, what's the cost per kilometre that we seal, what's our rehabilitation costs, and basically what it's saying is against our peers, our costs are, the efficiency is our cost per kilometre sealed. So the efficiency is, how much can we get for $1? And at the moment, we've seen a slight incline against our peers, and I think that's reflective of the last few years where we've been dealing with some of our trickier roads, our high volume roads, and so the costs have gone up a little bit, and I expect to see that sort of go down a little bit over time. Our effectiveness is another measure. It basically means, are we doing the right work in the right places? Are we spending money and getting an impact from that money? And it's declined a little bit over time, and then it's started to blip up again. When we combine the efficiency and the effectiveness, they sort of come together and give us a value for money. And I think with the effectiveness is that sometimes it's very hard to be effective when you've got a really good network, because you're not taking out a lot of ruts and really bad failures. We're taking out, preemptive failures. So we're actually doing a lot of work where we won't see a big impact on our metrics, because we're getting ahead of the curve, we're getting ahead of the failures. So it doesn't always kind of measure up. But I think overall our performance across the three measures has been pretty good. we would like to see a bit more effectiveness coming through. But again, it kind of indicates we're spending probably around about the right amount of money doing the right things, with some areas we could improve.
Thank you, Nando. Joe, again, getting back to previous years when we've talked about sweating the asset, has that been applied across the roading network? And if so, does that reflect on our effectiveness?
Yeah, so a bit before my time, I think, the sweating the asset. So I might leave that one to Andy.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I was wondering whether to add something on the previous slide, actually. It kind of sets the scene around it. So like we've talked about, particularly in the last LTP and the ones before, I don't know if you want to flick back to the last slide, actually. As Joe alluded to, we've got quite relatively young pavements and they've been performing relatively well in terms of condition, but as you can see over time that condition's been declining, but as you can also see we've had capacity for that condition to decline. So that's where we sort of talked about that last 10 years, particularly when we got slammed by multiple storm events in the sort of early 2000s, 2010s, and we had to make some cuts to budgets. We knew that we had the capacity to do that, but we're now reaching that point. If we continue on that same trajectory, we'll lose that capacity and we'll then be trying to catch up, and that's when the costs really go up. So this is showing, you know, that things are tracking along as expected, but now's the time that we need to make sure, particularly in pavements and surfacing, that we bring back up that investment to the level that's needed to keep those assets ticking over.
That's all right. Thank you. Just in terms of how you gathered this data, this is not taken from the resident survey, is it?
No.
So how do you gather the data?
So there's a wonderful program called the Regional Efficiency Group, which runs across the nation, who collect data out of our asset database, and all the data that's collected in terms of our performance metrics goes through to them, and they give us a lovely suite of graphs which compare us against our peers and everything else. And so it's all done in a consistent way across the country, which auditors absolutely love, and it makes our job quite easy. So that's where that's all come from.
But it's not community members who are giving feedback, it's your engineering teams assessing the conditions of the road sort of thing?
Yep, that's correct. Yep. Okay. Yep. We do take into consideration, though, all our service requests that we get through. We didn't include a slide on it this year. The thing is, just because of the change in systems for how we collect our service requests, it hasn't been forthcoming, but we can provide a future update around how we're performing against the community expectations as well.
And if I can just add to that as well. So yeah, a lot of these metrics we've talked about here are all the real quantitative measures that are measured with, you know, machines and lasers and practical ways of measuring the exact quantities. One of our non-financial performance measures is the resident satisfaction survey, so that's another metric that we use to sort of gain that feedback of what the actual road users are experiencing. So it's another lens that we apply to it.
All right. So I guess we've put together a bit of a preferred program around what we'd like to do in terms of the budgets for the maintenance, operations and renewals. And in light of sort of the cost of living issues that are around at the moment, I thought it pragmatic to look at areas where we thought we could reduce some of our operational spend without having serious impact on our asset quality. But there will be potentially some issues around how it's perceived amongst the community. So the two areas we really targeted were in our vegetation control and our line marking. And through that targeting and through some changes to how we manage our renewals, we can safely reduce our OPEX by about 300,000 per year, which is about 4% of our operational budget. So it's not a huge amount, but I guess it's also reflective of the fact that costs across the board are also rising. So rather than adding additional costs as a result of, say, the fuel crisis, we think those are costs that we can actually absorb within a lot of our existing budgets, recognising that they should hopefully be relatively short-term. We're still waiting on our pavement deterioration modelling, which will be coming hopefully end of this month. But that's really sort of the year 4 onwards, determining how much of our pavements need renewing and our resurfacing program for the long term. So this is currently based on modelling that was done 3 years ago. When we do see changes, we don't expect them to be large in this area because it is a long-term model forecast that we're just updating with 3 years worth of new data. So we didn't expect to see those change too much.
It's just a question for Angie.
Thanks, Joe. Question there on the reduction of levels of service being around vegetation control. That would impact the rural sector, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the line marking would also again be largely around the rural sector, of which a lot of our roads are not lit anyway. Am I correct, or?
The line marking will impact urban and rural areas. In fact, a lot of it will be more urban targeted. There are areas where we just simply don't need to have as much line marking as we do, and areas where we'll get into a bit more detail on this later anyway, but we can talk to as it comes through. We've got a bit more detail on those 2 items to come.
Yeah, this slide was just summarise the total impact of all of those suggested changes put together in a preferred program, but the next few slides will step through vegetation control, line marking and the like, go through sort of what the options are there and our recommended approach, but that's definitely where we're wanting council's direction and feedback into whether you think our preferred approach is on the right track or whether there's some other views that you'd like us to take into consideration.
Thank you. My question's around line marking, especially at night time when people are driving. Are there many accidents that occur over that period of time of darkness, which could be due to not very visible fog line marking?
Certainly we do have quite a number of nighttime accidents. Attributing it to any one single factor is really difficult because obviously we have a lot of young high-risk drivers, we have a lot of alcohol-related crashes and drug-related crashes, which also happen at night time as well. So it's very hard to sort of separate the root cause of those accidents out and sort of target it and say this is because of line marking. What we do and can do is do nighttime surveys which go through the network and actually look at the line marking at night time to make sure it's doing its job, particularly in areas where we think there's a high risk around bends, areas without proper lighting, those sort of areas. But what we find is a lot of our accidents in Whakatane district do happen on our major roads where we have all of the delineation devices in place, so it's not necessarily related to that line marking.
Okay, just a subsequent on that. And why I asked that was that recently I was in Australia driving up in Sunshine Coast at night time, and I found the road was really well lit, really easy to follow. They have a double centre line, white line, instead of ours as a patched line. And then coming back the other night from Auckland to Cadicat, thereon, I found it quite difficult trying to drive because the line markings didn't seem to be very clear. Do we use a different paint or something like that?
I couldn't comment on the paint type. I can. Would you like to?
Yeah, I can jump in there. So there's very stringent specifications around the types of paint that needs to be used and the types of paint markings or delineation required on different levels of road. Unfortunately, I can't comment on the section from Auckland to Cadi. And yeah, Australia does have different ways that they do their line marking, but we do have to comply with the New Zealand standards. As you'll see when we speak through the detail around the line marking, which is actually the next slide, it's not cutting line marking across the board. It's taking a very targeted approach to places where over time we've been doing more and more line marking just because it was there or, just because it wasn't actually reviewed and looked at. And what we're saying is let's actually take a targeted approach to make sure that we're applying it places where it's really needed and added value, but not necessarily applying it in places where it's just there because.
Can I just add to that? From my experience, both on the road safety group and also in the fire brigade and other things, the main causes are impairment by alcohol or drugs, inattention on the road, fatigue, and people just drifting across the centre line. The fact when you take a nap while you're driving isn't conducive to staying on the road. And so I've never heard of anyone falling off the road because they couldn't see the roadside. It's always one of those factors.
Okay, yeah, well, we can move, let's move to the next slide. Okay. A question not to do with line marking. I'll allow it.
Thank you. I just saw that you're looking at the reduced spend on the asphalt resurfacing, and this is just a very general comment, might not be specific to this, but in regards to the budgets, and we all know that one of the major increased costs has been in the bitumen. What sort of impact has that actually had for you for the budgeting? And we're obviously getting a lot less bang for our buck now.
There certainly has been an impact. So I think the order of costs that we're seeing coming through our contracts hasn't really happened yet because a lot of the bitumen they buy in advance. We are expecting to see it come through in the next season, but then again the fuel crisis may be over sooner than we think, or it could drag on, so it's really hard to judge what it's going to be. But we're sort of talking in sort of 5 to 6% kind of ranges. Okay. There's a lot of obviously labour costs and other materials that go into sealing a road, and so plant, equipment, all of those things. I think if it drags on a lot longer, those things will change and we'll see a lot more coming up. But at the moment, we're sort of budgeting on that 5 to 6% at the moment.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that. I was just interested.
And just the other couple of things to note is we'll touch on our street lighting column replacement program, which is sort of something that needs a bit of attention at the moment. And also within the budgets that we've put here, we've allocated a bit of an increase in our footpath replacement budget, and that's just really catching up on the last 3 years where we weren't funded through the NLTF for that, so that's reduced our program by a third. Hopefully this time around we can actually get some NLTF funding to progress that as well. So, but either way, we probably do need to do a bit of catch up there. Sorry, my clicker has stopped working. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it's gone too far. All right. So again, touching on line marking. So it's an area we've identified where we think we can just be a little bit more precise in what we do. It's not. And we think we can make some reasonable savings as well, 250k per annum. So a large chunk of our savings is coming from here. The obvious side for this is when we reduce level of service, when we stop doing quite as much as we used to, we do expect that we will get some complaints from the public coming through, and we'll have some of those questions asked. And I guess today is about sort of just feeling that out with council to make sure there's a level of comfort around what we put forward. And part of the way that we can do this and still make sure that we're doing things safely is to make sure that when we do reduce that level of service, we put in place an audit process so that we can address areas where we might not be meeting standard and bring them up quickly rather than just letting things deteriorate. So at the moment, I guess the process for line marking is very simplistic. Our major arterials, main roads, etc. get marked. Everything gets marked every year. And then minor roads and everything else gets marked every 2 years. Obviously, we have a really large range of roads in our district. Our arterials, our high volume roads, having them remarked every year makes sense. They wear down quicker. There's lots more traffic on them, etc., etc. But there's actually only 42 kilometres of them. So what we're proposing is we break it down into sort of 3 different categories: high volume, medium volume, low volume, and then we basically adjust our program to suit each one of those categories so that we can save quite a lot of money on some of those low volume roads where we're not marking them every 2 years. It might be every 3 years, or it might actually be a lot longer than that. There is also another piece of work alongside this where we'll look at what markings we keep in place. For instance, if I go along my cul-de-sac at the moment, it's got a giveaway line, it's got a centre line down the middle of some of it. there's probably 40 cars that use it a day. It's like, well, do we need to continue marking these, or we can actually just rely on people to know how a road works? And that's another area where we think we can save some money. Centre lines down some of our narrow roads, probably unnecessary as well. We don't need to have all of this here. It doesn't necessarily add a safety benefit, but usually there's a public perception that we need it. So that's where the difficulty lies, is balancing what's the real need, what's the public perception versus the cost of all of that. And I think in the current environment, I think it's probably safe to say that people will be happy for us to look at where we can save it safely. So in coming up with this approach,
Sorry, I was just going to say mine have switched around. When you move forward, you might have to jump forward a couple.
Oh, yep, I've got you.
Yeah.
Yep,
there.
we'll come back to it. So sort of coming up with this approach, and this is what we've done across the board with our budgets, is basically done a brief MCA on our different approaches. So there's three options we tested. The status quo, which is basically working to our current budgets. Now, at the moment, our spending is probably around about 50 to 60% higher than we're budgeted for, and so we've been robbing Peter to pay Paul in some regards so that we can continue with our line marking. Within option 2 is basically doing what we're doing now and budgeting for it, which would see the level of service stay the same but actually have a big increase in the costs, which aren't currently reflected in the LTP budgets. And then the third option that we're looking at is our differential levels of service, where we're saying we can be a bit smarter about our line marking and save a bit of money where it's not providing as much benefit. So I guess that slide's just to say that's the process we've kind of worked through on it. But yeah, I'm really interested to get your feedback and understand if it's an approach that you're happy with us to continue down with.
Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe, the point I made earlier would be that this would impact rural really more than urban. Like line marking, for example, contrary to what Councillor Dennis said, you have got dark roads with fading line marking to keep you on those roads. You haven't got any street lighting. So it basically is imperative, and especially in winter conditions where you've got fog, you've also got ice, etc., etc. Vegetation is the other thing. If we cut back on our mowing program, and we've already had issues in previous years that sometimes we have a very wet summer, so we have excessive vegetation growth. When the vegetation is eventually mowed, you get a lot of that. Grass actually comes over the white line on those footpaths as well. And I see you also put an emphasis on possibly farmers could take a greater responsibility in keeping berms or edges, and unfortunately, that, from my experience, doesn't seem to be happening to a large extent across the rural sector. So I really do have issues on cutting the levels of service where it is going to impact on the rural communities.
Now, I'll just ask us to just keep to the line markings first. We'll deal with the vegetation second.
Okay.
Just so we deal with one thing at a time.
All right.
Malcolm?
Thank you. Joe, is there a possible another option where you just did the fog line marking and didn't do the centre ones?
Absolutely. So I think when we looked at the differentiations here, where are we? Yeah, we can include that so that we can include the fog lines and they get a more regular mark. So it might be not every 3 years, it might be every 2 years for those markings. So we can actually layer that in if that's an approach you'd like us to take.
I think my comment would be that I think it's great what you're proposing. The idea that we just do maintenance on a schedule, to me, it doesn't make sense. We should do it according to what's appropriate for the need. So I really support your approach. The only thing is making sure, I know you've talked about auditing of line marking would be included as part of it, just making sure that that's robust enough that we're actually on top of need. If it feels like visibility is reducing to an unsafe level, that we're on top of that. Mm-hmm. But apart from that, I totally support the approach.
Yep.
Carolyn?
I would agree with that. I'm really, thanks to the staff for teasing this out and providing options. And if we went with the differential levels of service, would there be capacity, as always, for if the community are requesting better, for instance, in this case, line markings, that would be fed back through the transport team and that could be elevated. Yeah.
Feels like that's the mood.
I was just going to say, did you want an overall indication just for line marking first?
Yeah, I
I'm
think.
in support.
Yeah.
Option 3. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Vegetation control. So this is an area, and I guess the graph represents sort of our annual spend over the last few years, where we started for around about that 400,000 a year mark, and we've quickly ramped up to about 800,000 in 2023, 24, and that's sort of steadied along at that line for the last few years as well. The most recent year's not there, but it is similar levels as well. So I think this is a case of a bit of slow creep that's happened. You know, you get more and more requests coming through for more mowing, more vegetation control, and slowly the expectation increases across the network. And so we do find we're doing a lot more. It's one of those areas where, and it is contentious, it's very visible, but it doesn't necessarily provide a lot of benefit to the asset that underline it. There are some safety considerations that we need to keep in mind. We know our main arterials, we need to make sure our edge markers are still visible, we need to make sure our fog lines are still visible, all of those things. But we think there's a lot of areas where we can also cut that back, where it's not so critical, where we can mow less frequently, spray less frequently, and take care of it that way. There's also, within this program, we've actually added in a specific 50,000 as well, which is just around pest plant management, which is something that we haven't been doing previously, but is required under the RPS. Yep. Plant pests.
I was going to leave the possums,
Possums on the
they'll
road
keep the
take care of
vegetation
themselves.
down.
Yeah, so it's about saying, actually, we'd rather spend money on other things that are going to extend the life of our assets, our major assets like drainage, making sure our surfacing's good, and spend more on those activities rather than the vegetation control.
Yep.
Joe, you say last year's figures aren't there, but has this increase been as a result of, say, climate change and the more frequency of mowing?
There's certainly, last year was a particularly abundant year when it came to grass growth. I think the farms will be very happy, less good for us. But as you can see, the last 3 years is where we've seen the increase, and it hasn't always been because of a increase in growth rates, etc. You know, not all 3 of those years have been high growth years.
Supplementary, if I may. Joe, it's not only mowing that's part of this, it's also the weed spraying and also tree removal. Is that a big component?
We're not proposing. Do you want to say something?
Sorry. I was gonna add, but I'll answer your question first. The tree removal component, we haven't proposed much change to it. That budget stayed pretty steady, and the needs stayed pretty steady. Yes, some of the reduction that we're proposing is on spraying, and as well, this is all about applying that differential level of service and make sure that the spend is happening in a really targeted way. Just a few other comments on sort of where this activity sits in terms of road maintenance. When we sort of say less critical, there's some aspects of it that are very critical, safety and visibility, but where it's less critical is if we don't do it, the cost of not doing it is not as high as compared to like replacing our surfaces and repairing our drainage, and the impacts on the road users and property owners is not the same. There are actually some added advantages to particularly the rural area with less vegetation growth, and some of those things to consider is on those narrow roadways, it can actually help not the narrow roadways, on rural roadways, it can help to make the road corridor feel slightly narrower, which helps maintain speeds and people, driving more appropriately to the conditions. There's also, council already has a rural fence encroachment policy around working with farmers to say, hey, is the areas of the rural roadside that you would like to encroach on, and then they can have the added benefit when there's abundant grass growth, they can use that to then help feed their stock rather than us spending hundreds of thousands of dollars mowing it each year. And just to point out, one of the other reasons for the significant increase in costs over the last few years is just the cost of this activity is ever increasing. As anyone in the farming industry would know, the cost of tractors and the repairs and maintenance and fuel and all of that sort of stuff is just going up and up. And so, it is becoming a very expensive activity. And what really hits home for me is putting it in perspective. We're now spending twice as much on vegetation control as we are on drainage maintenance. And the key to road maintenance and having good roads is drainage. So it just feels like we don't quite have the balance right at this stage, and hence why we've taken a really good look at it this time round.
I'm just getting back to the spraying component again. That would be predominantly around rural roads and spraying out around road markers and what have you. Is that fair?
Yeah. So just to point out, this is only rural vegetation control. The council's places and open spaces team manage the urban vegetation control. So this is that.
It's all rural.
That's not part of it. The only caveat to that is we do some minor urban vegetation control in terms of our footpaths and curb and channels. We've got our spraying that happens in urban areas for that. And at this stage, we're not proposing much of a change to that because that's a very low cost activity at this stage, and it helps maintain the drainage of the curb and channels and our footpaths.
I've got Wilson then too.
Yeah, thanks for this. And I see part of it as encouraging rural property owners to maintain their own berms, which, and I agree with you, over the last 3 summers we've had exceptionally good growing conditions. I mean, I know of some rural people, a lot of people mow the berms with their ride-ons, but I do know of people who don't feel safe out there on their ride-ons because of the speed. A neighbour and I mow McLean Road between us with our tractors, but we've both been told that if we're involved in an accident, even if it's not our fault, we're liable because we haven't got any traffic management, and generally with a tractor with a mower out on the right hand side, you're always driving against the flow of the traffic. So the onus, it's a lot to ask rural people when you're going to say to them, the onus is on you to be out there. I mean, it doesn't bug me if someone wants to hit me and that, I'm bigger than them, so we'll deal with it at the time. But yeah, and traffic, a lot of traffic do not respect that you're a tractor out on the road. They still seem to think they've got right away.
If I can respond to that, we certainly wouldn't want to be putting the onus on rural property owners to be managing that road frontage. As per the Local Government Act, we still have that responsibility. But what we're just saying is that we already know that there's a lot of them out there that are maintaining their road frontages, and where they can do that safely, that we're supportive of that. But it's more in places where mowing that road frontage isn't actually providing any real benefit, but it's providing a massive cost. We're looking at, well, actually, is there a major impact in not doing that mowing? If people want to take it upon themselves to mow it, like I say, as long as they can do it safely, that's fine for them to do, but it's more us looking at pulling back on some of that mowing where we're just cutting grass because we always have.
Yeah. 2.
Thank you. We're not looking at any job losses, are we?
So not job losses in the council at all, because this is all contracted out. And in terms of job losses, in terms of the contract, it would be hard to say, but it would be around how that contract and the quantities are put out. So our rural vegetation contract is due for renewal from July 2027 onwards, so we'll be tendering that in this next 12-month period. So the way contractors will bid on that, they'll see the expected quantities and be able to price accordingly. And again, because mowers are such expensive pieces of kit and they can basically only be used for mowing, often the contractors will bid on a contract here and another one somewhere else and elsewhere to help keep their physical resources busy as well as their manpower resources. So yeah, it's not going to have any direct impact on job losses, but yeah, like any change in contract, there could be flow-on effects.
Cool, thank you for that, and I think it's all about communications. If we want to ask Joe Public to help us or the Hapori to help us, and we can get Wilson to talk to his farmer friends. And people like that, I mean, it'll work, and it can work. It just depends on, I guess, who goes out to talk to the people and what type of communications we have. Might be able to help with that. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you, Nando. Supplementary to that, is there a crossover from berm mowing to our more remote areas where our parks or football fields are mown? Does that come into our contract, or is that more into the urban mowing?
Yes, so at the moment, all council reserves or non-roading rural mowing is all undertaken by the Places and Open Spaces team. As part of any contract renewal, we'll do a Section 17A review where we make sure that we're managing services in the most efficient way. So we'd certainly be looking at having conversations with those teams to see is there any efficiencies to gain in that place or not. But I don't know if Alex wants to add anything, that they've already got those services provided, like quite structured with in-house, and so yeah, we can certainly have those conversations, but probably won't have much of an impact.
Yeah, just to support what Annie said in terms of the long-term plan and reviewing our levels of service, that will be a consideration along with many others in that space in terms of any operational efficiencies that we can make.
Thanks, Alex.
Great, thank you.
All right, and just similarly with the line marking, we went through a process of evaluation against a range of options, sort of come up where we preferred to stand. I won't go into the detail here, it's probably pretty hard to read, but one of the key things to note is that even to maintain our current level of service, it does mean quite significant budget increases. And so what we're proposing here would actually keep us within our LTP budgets for vegetation control, rather than actually lowering anything. So whilst we're going to see potentially a level of service drop, it won't impact budgets in the LTP. So we just wanted to flag that we are, the expectation is there, and the level of service is lowering.
So you're looking for, you've got 4 options here, you're looking for executive support, or you just presenting those?
Come back to us, or what are you seeking from us today?
Happy to take any direction on the options presented here, and if there's a preferred one from council to proceed on. At the moment, option C is our preferred option. Yep.
Councillor Emmink?
Excuse me. I'm happy to support option C, and I think we've got a whole lot of, like you said, unexpected potential costs and things like that coming down the pipeline, and if we get to this point in another couple of years where we need to backtrack or reevaluate again, I'm happy to do it at that time.
Julie?
Thank you. I was just wanted to clarify, you say work within budgets for option B, and then you've got 520,000. So are you saying that the 520,000 is the LTP budget? So if we supported option C, we're actually looking at an increase in the LTP budget?
Yeah, it's a very small increase, yep.
Yeah. No, I'm just checking that I'm reading it
you're correct.
correctly. Thank you.
So that's that's representing that massive increase that we've seen compared to when the LTP budgets were put in place. So, the flip side is if we keep the current level of service, the LTP budget's going to go up by nearly 50%.
Oh, yes, yeah. No, I'm happy to support C.
Wilson?
Yeah, I'd be happy to go with option C. This is a pretty easy decision, really. It can be reversed so easily if it doesn't work. So give it a go. If it doesn't work, we revert back.
Seems to be the feel. Oh, Andrew?
Yeah, tend to agree. I'm just wondering, this being a briefing, is this paper going to come to us in projects and services?
Yeah, so this paper won't come to this next projects and services, but what will happen is all of this information feeds into the LTP process. So the actual decision making, these are decisions that council will need to make in context with the wider council activity, not just transport. So the decisions will be part of that process through the version 1 budgets and that sort of thing. But because we've got such tight timeframes, we want to make sure that what we're putting to NZTA and into the version 1 budgets are, in line with the direction that council's giving us. So the decisions will be through the LTP process.
Okay. It'd be good to see that there was actually a paper, though, indicating as to where we're at and where we hopefully will end up. That was all.
Yeah.
Just bearing in mind that there has been comment about our projects and services agendas being a bit light in the past, and yeah.
It's not going to be light
Thank you,
the
Annie.
next one, but I can
Thank
certainly
you.
take that on board, and I think we could pull a paper together. I'll look at the timing and.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. All right. Okay. Streetlight column renewals. Exciting business we have here today. So 2,200 streetlight columns in the district, and about 86% of them are within 1 kilometre of the coast. Our forecasting previously had given us about a 30-year expected life on these. What we're finding is we're closer to 20 years. So what we're seeing from those images below, the one on the left is just a column in Whakatane where as soon as you dig below the surface, there's not much column left. And on the right, this was after the recent storm event, it was just a column that had blown over. So we're starting to see a really big increase in the rate of failures. And the problem with this is, we're getting the most out of them, we're getting the full life out of them because they're going through to failure. However, repairing one failure at a time is very expensive business. We've got no efficiency of scale, and obviously traffic management costs for them can be very high as well. So it's a really expensive way of replacing columns. So again, we've gone through a bit of an options assessment about how we can actually get the best value out of our columns and get a better replacement scheme going. And basically, there's a status quo option, which is, I think we're funded $24,000 a year, which is enough to replace 4 or 5 of these things when they fall over. We're seeing about 3 times that many currently, so it's an option, but it's basically doing a lot of unbudgeted spending. Enhanced status quo is one where we look at increasing our budgets to deal with basically failures as they happen, and maybe a couple of other holes every year. Or we get into options 3 and 4, which is more about actually taking a proactive approach to replacing them. Rapid replacement would see our whole network replaced over the next 3 years, whereas the staged replacement is more of a 6-year program. Bearing in mind that this all comes from a renewals budget rather than operational budgets, so it shouldn't have any impact on the rates. But just wanted to flag it as there is a big increase in costs associated with this. So if we went with the rapid replacement, our costs there, hold on, I've actually got a slide. There we go. Pretty picture, pretty graph. Would be about 1.4 million per year, where at the moment we're spending about 24,000. So it's a $1 million a year increase in renewals. Under the staged one, which basically takes 6 years rather than 3 years to go through a replacement program, we're looking at more like 800,000 per year. Alongside this is a testing regime. We had hoped to have some testing data in place already to inform these decisions, but that's been delayed due to some calibration issues with machinery from Horizon. And so instead we're kind of flying a little bit blind, but we can say that under our preferred option, which is to spend 800,000 a year, we'll be putting alongside that a testing regime to make sure that we go through and get more information and can inform better decisions within the next LTP period, and also enable us to prioritise areas where the failures are happening more frequently and more quickly.
Kevin?
Can I just ask, according to that photo where you've got the corrosion, 30-year life expectancy, is there any comeback from the manufacturer because it's failed ahead of time?
Not really, because a lot of it is such a high portion of our columns are so close to the sea. What was the distance? 3. Yeah,
Okay.
a very close portion, so they're just subject to so much higher corrosion. And based on when they were installed, I'm not sure what warranty information was provided at that point in time. There's a lot more of that stuff available now as new ones are going in and replaced, and particularly in our LED luminaires had things replaced under warranty. But these existing 20-plus-year-old poles that are corroding, there's not a lot to come.
So how are we going to go forward as protecting against corrosion? I see it's corroded underground. Are we putting anything, are we using a better material? Are we coating them with anti-corrosive stuff, or what are we doing?
Yeah, so there's a few things that we're looking at, working with some of the other councils, because this tends to be a bit of a nationwide problem. A lot of our columns are all around the same age across the country. So we're working with Auckland Transport around what they're doing with theirs. And at the moment it's looking like an epoxy dipped coating, which will extend the life. But unfortunately it's very hard to gauge how much extra we'll get out of it, because we've got to wait 20 years before we see the benefit. So we will be looking at something that is longer life. And we'll extend them beyond what we're currently seeing, so we can hopefully get up to that 30-year expected life rather than 20 years. And the thing with these is the cost is less in the materials and more in the time and labour it takes to actually install the things. So actually, even if we spend quite a lot more on the columns, that'll actually work out a lot cheaper over the long run. We will look into that as part of this program.
I've got Andrew, then Malcolm, then Carolyn, then Wilson.
Thanks, Nandro. Hey, are we likely to attract any funding from Trust Horizon for this replacement program?
We can ask the question, but my take on it would probably be unlikely, given it's very operational, and I'm not sure what their deed says around provision for councils particularly, and around operational costs. But we can check in with them, yep.
Yeah, I just realised that their deed is changing, and whether it's gone through government yet, I'm not quite sure, but once it's changed, I would think we would be in with a chance. Thank you.
Malcolm?
Thank you. Joe, these columns that you're replacing, are you replacing them with similar columns with the same sort of composition, metal composition, or is there ones that are less corrosive to a saline environment?
So we are looking into the options. So once we've got a good idea around what we're looking at in terms of budgets, and as I say, the materials aren't going to be a big part of that, it'll be more the labour, etc. We'll specify to our installers what our expectation is around the types of columns installed. So, there's lots of options for us to say there's epoxy dipped ones, which can create a bit of extra coating protection, and we could simply go with thicker steel as well. I think these are 3mm columns, and you can go thicker so that you just takes longer to corrode through. So we've got options that we'll evaluate as part of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn?
Thank you. Does NZTA subsidise any of the streetlight columns, or is it just on their roads, not our local roads?
I will get our full funding assistant rate, hopefully, from these. Obviously, once we put our bids through to NZTA, we'll know more. But the intent is for this to be 2/3 funded through the funding assistance rate.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wilson?
Yeah, when you talk about column replacement, are you replacing the whole thing, or looking at that photo and that, I gather they're hollow. You can't just cut them off and stick a steel rod down them and put them back in place again?
Yes, they go quite a long way underground. I think they were 1.2 underground. You potentially, although there's probably not a lot of difference in putting a whole section in and then versus removing the old one. One of the problems we have seen is we have taken them out and tried to separate the component parts because there is a base structure and a arm structure as well, and actually removing those after 20 years of corrosion is near impossible. So whilst we have looked at what we can do to reduce the costs in that regard, it doesn't seem to be feasible at this stage, but we'll keep looking at it.
I have two questions. One is, if a lot of the columns around the country are kind of coming to end of life around the same time, is there opportunities to do some bulk buy arrangement working with other councils?
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're sort of already talking about testing in conjunction with the Pauriki District Council and seeing what their needs are. It would just depend on whether or not the timing works out, whether or not they'll be looking to install a replacement program. But we'll also get some major efficiencies anyway, because we have got a new streetlight contract that we need to put out in the next 6 months. And so by including our renewals within our maintenance contract, we can give our contractor a long period of time to do the work on top of their normal maintenance duties. And so we'll get some real big efficiencies just locally anyway. But yeah, we can certainly look at other alternatives.
That's great, thank you for that. My other question was around, I'm just mindful of we've had deputations around the dark skies thing for Whakatane quite a few times. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity with new columns to integrate any thinking around dark skies?
There certainly would be an opportunity if that's a path we want to go down. Obviously with dark skies, the streetlights is one part of it. And so, yeah, we don't want to necessarily adopt extra costs in replacing the streetlights if there isn't that broader community support to do all the other things that would be necessary as well. So we'd certainly look for some more direction on this. But my instinct on shrouded lights is that they probably won't add a lot of extra costs to the program, but we would just need to go away and evaluate it. And come back when we do the final budgets to see if we can incorporate it.
Thank you. I mean, we haven't really made a decision as a council, but I'm quite supportive of a transition towards that, just as we can, as we're changing things over. So, a bit of thinking on that would be great. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Cool, thank you. That's that item, I think.
Yep, okay. Street columns, and alongside it, luminaires. So something we get a lot of complaints around is our failure rates on our streetlights, primarily from the luminaires. I think the last couple of years, I think our complaint rates increased quite a bit. But we did a little bit of digging around it. And since we've had the street lights changed over to LEDs, which happened back in 2018-ish, around about 2018, we've actually seen a really big increase in performance. So we've gone from 20% of our lights failing every year down to 5%. So we've seen a big change in that. And they're not failing outside of what I'd expect from the product. 5% a year is probably not too bad. So at the moment, we have got a failure rate of 5%. But basically, we're not budgeting for that. Haven't got enough budget to actually do the replacements that we do need to do. And into the future, we'll also see a new failure mechanism, because there's two failure mechanisms. Basically, they fail ahead of time and just go out. Or alternately, they just dim over time. And now our LEDs are kind of getting to the point where in the next few years we're going to start having to test them for their luminescence and start replacing them because they've started to dim too much. So really we're just proposing within our next budgets, looked at some options, status quo, replacements just keeping replacing the ones we've got. And then also option 3, where we look at replacing the failures, but then also increasing future budgets so that we can allow for our sort of renewal over time as they dim down. So that's a sort of a 7% per annum replacement rate from 2033 onwards. It's a relatively low budget item. I think when we're talking about option 2 or 3, it's around about an extra 200,000 per year. Oh, look, next one along. Yep, there we go. And then option 3, just starting out at our 200,000 a year and then increasing from there on. And again, it's a renewal item rather than a maintenance item, so shouldn't have any impact on rates really. But yeah, just I guess part of this process is just going through and recognising that the work that goes into developing our budgets and the thought that goes into them is quite extensive. And it's not, when we present a budget to you, an alteration or a change, it is based on quite a lot of thought. But any thoughts on that one?
I was just wondering if that bridge photo was the planned new bridge into town.
Sorry?
The bridge photo on the first slide there was the planned new bridge into town.
Yeah, that's it. It's the new Pikitahi Bridge. Haven't you seen that one yet? It's beautiful. Yeah. It'd be nice to have some more local photos. I need to get out at night with my camera. Yeah. So any thoughts on that one?
Firstly, with regards street lighting on state highways into local road networks, whose responsibility are they? Are they NZTA's, or have we taken that responsibility?
So my understanding is they take anything within 10 metres of the intersection is NZTA, so they are responsible for the intersection lighting as a whole, which is generally where most of it happens.
Okay. Option B.
Option 2. Yeah.
2, yeah.
I just think I'll be guided by staff. This is not a huge cost, and we'll go with, I think, your expertise. If you think that we should get ahead of the game, then perhaps we should go that way with option 3.
Malcolm?
Yeah, I think option 2 it makes more sense to me.
Leslie?
Yeah, I'd probably prefer option 3 only because by that time, as we'll be able to start evaluating the luminescence output, or whether it's better for us or not, how quickly they deteriorate, etc. Yep.
Thank you. Option 3 from Gavin. Any other views? 3? I tend to think the same way. It's kind of making a budgetary provision for a thing that we know is going to be occurring. So, and I think Leslie's right. We can evaluate over time, and that maybe that can adjust. But I think having the provision is probably a good thing.
Okay. Excellent. All right, we'll move on to a bit of change in tack away from budgets into major asset maintenance.
I suppose if I can just introduce this part, it's sorry.
Please do.
It's just about sowing the seed and getting some early direction on things. So this isn't going to impact this current LTP, but it's something that we're going to have to be thinking about more and more going into the future. So just keen for a really early steer. But yeah, we're not talking about any specific assets or roads or locations. But yeah, we're just keen for a bit of understanding councillors' thoughts on this matter. So I'll let Joe talk you through it.
So Annie, before you start, could you just give us an indication as to where that bridge is and to the reason as to why it should be the... No, it's
in
not.
Australia.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, that one is recommended to me by Google, and it comes from the Waikato. As I say, I do need to get out with my camera a bit more often.
That's probably a good thing for this one.
Yeah. And I guess this is just about wanting to, as Annie said, open a conversation around what we do with some of our assets. So some assets can be quite expensive to maintain. Ongoing costs, particularly with climate change, increasing rain events, etc., can really put the maintenance costs through the roof, and then also the repair costs through emergency works, etc. And I know emergency works, we quite often receive a higher funding assistance rate, but it is still money that has to come from somewhere. And I guess we need as staff to develop an approach where we can evaluate what assets we continue to maintain or which ones we can potentially remove from service, so that we can lower those overall operating costs, make things more affordable without necessarily having a huge drop in the level of service. At the moment, we maintain all bridges in all places, regardless of the cost, and moving forward that may become quite unsustainable. I've got a little example. So I've got 162 bridges that we maintain. Spend about $300,000 a year on operations and renewals, a little bit more at the moment than that possibly. Every time we have a storm event, there's scour, there's banks and debris clearing, there's lots of things that go into it. But not all of those bridges are the same. One bridge on our network carries less than 200 vehicles a day. We spend $50,000 a year regularly, every year, maintaining it. We spent money 10 years ago, quite a bit of money enhancing the approaches to the bridges. But if we actually take that out of the network entirely, there's a detour route that would affect 5 or 6 properties and would only add a few minutes of travel to their journeys. And so I guess the question really then is that value for the community, or is there a smarter way we can manage these sort of assets? Can we take them out? How do we have the conversation with the community about which ones we do take out, and how do we capture that as well within a policy? So I guess the approach we'd like to take is through the next LTP period, probably quite early on in it, is to actually develop up a council policy so that we can flesh this conversation out essentially. So staff have got some certainty around what steps we should take when we consider this, and a framework to evaluate things so everyone's clear on it, and so that we can also have the conversation with the community as well. I know there's a lot of conversations around climate change that will need to happen in the next 10 years with our community, and this is, I guess, in a similar vein. It's like, how can we make things more affordable in the long term through some short-term changes here? So the process we're sort of proposing is that we do a utility audit. What's the bridge doing at the moment? What's the value people are getting out of it? And then we value that through a life cycle assessment to say, okay, we're getting not quite a benefit cost ratio out of it, but something similar, probably a little bit more objective. And put that through into an impact analysis and say, okay, what's the consequences if we take that out? And each of these steps we need to go through to come up with a firm decision around where we continue to maintain or not. Probably don't need a lot today, I guess, from you in terms of direction, but just a general level of comfort around this piece of work and proceeding with it, and any hooks or things that you'd like to see as we step through and start to scope it in more shape.
On bridges.
So this could be bridges, retaining structures, or whole roads.
I'll lead off that conversation and then I'll go to Andrew. Just to say that I really strongly support this. I think we need to, we're not making any decision about anything at this stage. We're not, what we're asking staff to do is to do some work as to evaluate the cost benefits. As that whole 2080 thing. I think it's a really good thing. Acknowledging that any decisions will be further down the track when we've got some good information to support them. Andrew?
Well said by the Mayor. I agree with that statement. The other one is the ongoing maintenance of special purpose roads and the far rate that we attract now. That is in jeopardy. Have we got any indication from central government, or could that all still be part of the reformation that's proposed?
We're still waiting on a response from NZTA. The latest I have is understanding that I believe there's a board decision being made in August, and we'll be notified after that, but that's the latest I've got. We've provided a lot of information to NZTA to inform their decision, we're just basically waiting to hear back, and as soon as we've got that decision, we'll definitely communicate it and look at what our next steps would be, depending on what the decision is.
Okay.
But, certainly any change to the funding assistance rate on special purpose roads
previous
would
mayors,
have a major impact.
Yeah, previous mayors have always lobbied very strongly in that if we don't maintain it, we can't maintain those roads in the event of a natural disaster.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to think that we are still batting in the same direction.
Yeah, definitely. And really pushing for an enduring decision, not this.
Yes. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as we've got an update, we'll definitely share that.
Thanks, Annie.
And just to let you know, the Regional Transport Committee has also written a letter of support for us on our behalf around that issue as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gavin?
I kind of agree with the idea of searching out ways to reduce our spend over the years, and we need to do that, but I'd be very careful about putting a line in the sand and say we're going to work out which roads we can't look after anymore. I mean, out in the community, that's just fraught with practicalities, emotionalness and all that sort of stuff. I mean, if you have a look at Manawahe Road, at the base of that where it falls over all the time, if we say, let's forget about that, and in the future everyone has to go up McIver Road or Hiraperu, and then when Hiraperu Road falls over next time, and so the only way up Manawahe would be, I mean, that's the follow-on from this type of thing. I agree with you to a certain extent, but I think it needs to be done very carefully and communicated with really carefully. Yeah, worth a look, definitely, but gosh, you'd have to do it carefully, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a, we expect it to be a bit contentious. I think that's, there's going to be some debate amongst the community around whatever policy comes forward. But yeah, I guess it's one of those difficult things that you need to look at and evaluate.
And to add to that, the way I'd see it is the policy would help sort of shape the direction that we'd take, but actual decisions would be on a case-by-case basis because each one is going to be very unique. The evaluation of that you'd want to follow a consistent process in line with the policy that we develop together, but you definitely, decisions would be done very carefully and case-by-case basis and all of those sort of factors considered.
Thank you. Great.
No problem.
Lucky last.
Yeah, last topic. So really this is just a run through, a really brief overhead of one of the next pieces of work we'll bring to you, which is around our improvement project list for the LTP. At the moment, we have a list of projects that we evaluate on three bases. One of it's what benefit does it deliver to the community, and that's based on the ILM, the investment logic mapping exercise that we did earlier in the year. Deliverability, how well is it supported by the community? Does it require other partners to come on board? Is it something that we can, hand on heart, say we can get done in this LTP period? And the other is value for money. What's our bang for buck? Is it $1 million project that delivers benefits for 50 people, or is it a $100,000 project that delivers benefits for 1,000 people? Just weighing those things up. So it's the same prioritisation mechanism that we used through the last LTP. We're not proposing any major changes to it. So at the moment, we're just going through the first stage in the process for us, which is collecting in all the projects that people want to see out there in the community, ones that staff have identified, and obviously any projects that councillors have as well that they'd like to see, we can add into this process. Key part of this through the LTP is that we recognise that there may not be a lot of pre-engagement consultation happening, so we do intend to take a piece out to each of our community boards to make sure we've captured everything from them, and also through to our iwi partners. We're working with the Kaituia team around what that process will look like and how we can feed into it so that we bring back their views as well as our prioritisation mechanism as well. You good? Yep. So the idea is to come back, when we were looking at September, August?
We need to review the timing sometime between August and October. We're just refining that due to some changes in NZTA timing.
So we'll just basically come back with a range of programs which will be built with a list of projects in each of them, and then debate really around which program is most appropriate. And part of that is not trying to get into too much conversation about individual projects, but to sort of go on a theme rather than an individual one, because that can be very fraught. And then we'll bring back a final program for approval, which will get lodged in the LTP process. All of this, of course, hangs on the NZTA and LTF funding balance, and I think with the last LTP cycle, we all saw what happened there. We had a wonderful program, put a lot of thought into it, and then scrambled at the last minute to try and put something together based on what NZTA had recommended. We're hoping to have a little bit more consistent approach from the NLTF funding decisions this year round, but without a draft GPS, it is very difficult to know what the government will be specifically looking for. But going on past themes, we'll make sure that we align ourselves and have projects which will appeal to a potential change in government or a consistent government, so that we can maximise whatever funding opportunities that there are.
And just to add to that, like we've sort of mentioned in the past, based on the big change that came in late in the piece for the NZTA funding for improvement projects this time's round, as part of building up these programs, we'll also look at options around, an option to put forward and proceed with if we obtain the NZTA funding versus ones that we'd still want to proceed with if we didn't. Just so either way, we're starting on the front foot, not like the last time round where, it then had major impacts on the delivery of year one projects because everything's thrown up in the air. So, we'll, as part of the program development, we'll bring those options to you.
So at the end of the day, this is kind of the matrix where we'll look at targeting our capital improvements. Business as usual for us is around that 12.5 million, and we'll put forward an option which sees a bigger increase in level of service with further investments. And they'll be based around future demand, safety and resilience, which are the benefits that came through from the ILM. Just a nice way of framing them. And I guess any thoughts on whether or not there are other program themes that you'd like to see, or whether or not the budget allocations are something you're comfortable with, or if you'd like to see some alteration on those as well. No?
You mentioned that staff have got some ideas and councillors might have some ideas about some projects. Is there a big macro idea that we might be able to attract some funding from a regional council before they are not at the regional council? Is there anything that you think might fit the criteria for what they might fund for? Considering that we get the low end of the scale of the Regional Land Transport Fund.
Yeah, because we have tried that with something else, regional council funding, and the response we've had is that regional council has certain accountabilities, of which this is with a district council, not a regional council. So their funding buckets are for that specific activity, and that's what they rate for. So I think it would be very unlikely that a regional council would start to subsidise district council roading activities, because then the regional council would have to do the same thing for all of the district councils in its area, and then that would become a thing across, a precedent across New Zealand. So I imagine that wouldn't be possible.
I guess I'm just thinking out loud that there could be a little bit more flexibility what they haven't agreed to do in the past, considering where we're heading in the future. Sometimes it doesn't hurt just to ask a question, but perhaps the councillors can ask other councillors. I'm just trying to think, is there like a multi-million-dollar project that we might be able to, which is outside renewals and stuff that we can be thinking about?
Yeah, thank you. Lainey?
I think largely Steve's answered it. Apologies I can't be there. I'm just keeping an eye on some cold symptoms, but hopefully, touch wood, staying well. I think just another version of an answer might be that to give council some assurance that all of the teams currently looking at the LTP and the wider sense, and also some of those other processes around reforms and amalgamation and Head Start and so on, are keeping a really close eye on opportunities for where funding might become available at different levels. And I think it is very prudent, as you've mentioned, Councillor, to just keep checking in and keep asking those questions. I know that when the LTP amendment was originally put through by Regional Council, there was some discussion around whether any of our big community projects might fit into some of their criteria. So I guess just trying to give some confidence that the staff are keeping those things front of mind.
Thanks, Lainey.
Yeah, and I think it's worth adding just quickly is, when we put forward these programs and something doesn't necessarily get funded, I mean, not immediately, and as we've seen this year, or this LTP cycle, is it doesn't mean it's all for cards. It just means that there potentially are other funding streams that we put it into. And key for us is making sure that any of our big ticket items are represented within the Regional Land Transport Plan, so that if opportunities do come up, we've got a good evidence base to support investment from other sources, whether or not it's NLTF or if it's Crown funding or maybe the Regional Council changes its ideas. Yeah.
Malcolm.
Thanks. Just a comment about Regional Council funding. From time to time, they have to excavate metal out of the river, especially the Waimana Whakatane, and they use that some of it on the roads. And I can remember one of the comments made many years ago was that if you seal all the country roads, then they find difficulty trying to place this metal out of the river. So they were never too keen on that. One of my questions around, I see you've got for Mariah Totra Road in 28-29, 216,000. I presume that's to seal the rest of it up to where the Burma Road goes, the paper road?
So that's currently sitting outside the current LTP and the next LTP cycle. So one of the things we did want to check on with the council around is how we manage the seal extension program going forward, whether or not we continue with our current policy and framework where we evaluate the seal extensions sort of separately from other projects, or whether or not we actually bring them inside the evaluation for all projects, so that we're comparing a seal extension, say, with a road widening on Kepa Road, and we can sort of compare the two, rather than necessarily having a segregated budget for seal extensions. And that's either approach is obviously fine with staff. We're happy to do it either way, but this is probably the right time to just to have a conversation about we want to continue with that going forward. And I guess a similar vein, you could talk about their active whakatane projects, were previously kind of had their own funding allocation. And we moved away from that when we brought in this prioritisation mechanism. So it's just how we want to approach those separate programs in line with the process.
Go.
Sorry, if I can just add to that quickly. And part of that is this big shift from, last time round or the last few cycles, what we've put forward for our improvement projects bids to NZTA, we've generally got funding from, but we've seen certainly last time round and sort of the indications going forward is that level of improvement funding is not going to be around. So the seal extensions we do have always, or most of them have not been able to obtain NZTA funding, so that's why we kind of treated them quite separately. But because now they're potentially going to be, a lot of projects might not be able to get NZTA funding. It's just looking at whether we treat those programs more uniformly. There will still be, within like the next layer down of prioritisation, there'll be ways of prioritising seal extensions against each other because they've got certain criteria, just like our active whakatane projects. But it was, considering whether we need to prioritise seal extensions against other roading improvement projects.
Right, because basically I don't see why it needs to be sealed. I ride it quite often on the bicycle. I get a bit of dust in my face, but that's okay. But it has low traffic volume really, and I think if you sealed it, you're just going to have boy racers up there doing wheelies and burnouts. Because you go up to Kapatarangi up there at Awakeri and there's burnouts all over the road, So leave it unsealed.
If I can make a comment, without having the conversation about whether roads should be sealed or not sealed at this stage, for me, the idea of evaluating them in the context of the overall transport package, I think, is a good thing. I think we've put road sealing in as particularly to support rural communities, and I think that's important that that rural communities see a fair share, but it may be that actually there are other projects that would be more useful in a rural environment than sealing. Maybe, maybe not, but I think that's worth evaluating. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Carolyn?
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. So does the active whakatane and active transport, that obviously has a separate rating and prioritisation schedule, because it doesn't really fit so much under the three-factor prioritisation?
No, so all of our active whakatane projects are now within that same rating, that same evaluation mechanism.
Okay.
So the individual projects are identified, sometimes as a program. So, for instance, rather than one that we'll be putting forward was probably a school safety program. So rather than evaluating each individual school improvement that we can, we'll put that as a cluster, I guess. But that would fit under the active whakatane kind of banner, if you will. And other active whakatane projects will be in there as separate items.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that might be just about us. Appreciate your time and concentration on this one. I know some of it is a little bit dry, and but it is good to get that early steer, and we look forward to being able to put together some meaningful budgets for the LTP. There, as I say, this is just getting an early steer, so there will be more opportunity to adjust things as we move forward. So yeah, any broader questions or feedback you'd like around that or the broader LTP transport development?
I don't want to hold us up for a lunch, so I'll be very brief. I think I just want to say thank you. It is actually really good to see that you are so budget conscious for us going forward into all the increasing LTP costs. So yes, thank you. Yeah, for all your hard work.
Yeah, total with that comment. Yeah, really good. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. That'll bring us to the section after. We'll break for lunch till about 1:35.